Good evening. Welcome to the Joint Planning and Zoning Board and Board of Commissioners meeting of November the 4th, 2025. I am Briggs Simmons, the Planning and Zoning Chair. Prior to this meeting, announcements were posted and notices were sent to all board members, commissioners, staff, interested parties, and applicants participating in this meeting. I will now turn the meeting over to Dr. Ramona Jackson Jones to introduce and confirm the presence of our commissioners. Madam Chairman.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Again, I'm Dr. Ramona Jackson Jones, the Chairwoman of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, and certainly I will introduce our board, or should I say I will allow them to introduce themselves. I will yield the floor to our Vice Chair, and then we'll just move down the aisle.
Okay. Mark Alcaraz, District 4 Commissioner and also Vice Chair.
Commissioner Mitchell, District 1 Commissioner.
Whitney Kenner Jones, District 2.
Martin Braxton, District 3.
Okay, thank you so much, Board of Commissioners. We do have a quorum tonight, and I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also present, we have members of the Planning and Zoning Board. If you would confirm your presence when I call your name. Our Vice Chair, Rob Thomas, District 3.
Present.
Melissa Polk, District 4.
Present.
Brandon Penniman, District 1.
Present.
Frank Payne, our at-large member.
Present.
And Dr. Chris Small, our Douglas County School System representative.
Present.
And Oric Curry, our District 2 representative, is excused tonight. We do have a quorum. Allison Duncan, our Planning and Zoning Manager, will now introduce the county staff, planning and zoning staff in the meeting. Ms. Duncan.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tonight we have with us our Chief of Staff, Tiffany Stewart Stanley. We have our County Attorney, Thomas Mitchell. We have our Deputy Director of Development and Planning, Travis McDonald. We have our Director of Traffic Operations, Bruce Mercer. We have the Director of Engineering for the Water and Sewer Authority, Brian Keel. We have our Zoning Administrator, Austin Cronin. We have our Planning and Zoning Board Clerk, Johanna Womack. And I would also like to thank our Sheriff's deputies and our communications team for being with us as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Duncan. There's a reversionary clause that applies to each and every rezoning, and that is the applicant, the agent, or the property owner has 24 months to vest the variance, the zoning change, after the Board of Commissioners has granted approval. As far as tonight's procedure goes, I will conduct a public hearing on the applicants. Planning and zoning staff will introduce each application, followed by a full presentation on that application. The applicant or their representative and members of the public in favor of a application will also be able to present their information. You'll have 2 minutes per person for a total allocated time of 15 minutes to speak on behalf of an application. Following that, the opposition will also have 15 minutes, 2 minutes per person to speak in opposition to an application. Once the time has elapsed, everybody has spoken, I will close the public hearing, and at that point, the staff will clarify any points of the zoning case. If the staff is unable to satisfy the board's questions, the board will then ask the applicant or the applicant's representative for points of clarification. And this is not a time to represent their case. Planning and Zoning Board will then entertain a motion. Our first agenda item tonight will be the approval of the minutes of September the 9th. Let's do this and then we'll make the other change.
Well, so again, if you're changing the order of the agenda, it may be prudent to go ahead and address the agenda before we start in with the agenda items. I apologize.
Okay, at this point in time, I would like to make a change to the agenda. Planning and Zoning Board, do I have a motion to move M 2025-03, Z 2025-77, S 2025-78 to the top of the agenda following the minutes?
I make a motion to move the aforementioned item to the top of the minutes.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Rob Thomas, second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of moving M 2025-03, Z 2025-77, S 2025-78 to the beginning of the agenda, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, Planning and Zoning Board recommends that those 3 items be moved to the top of the agenda following the approval of the minutes.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners do We have a motion to amend the agenda and move item M 2025-03, Z 2025-77, and S 2025-78 to the beginning of the agenda at the top, number
Madam
one.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion to move M 2025-03, Z 2025-77, and S 2025-78 to the top of the agenda.
Okay,
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. In the discussion board, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carry, and I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, may I also clarify that there have been 3 items removed from the agenda tonight, so if I may just announce so that if anybody's here for those, they don't stay. But if you are here for the application for Moreno, which was a short-term rental, if you are here for the application for Meadow Hill LLC, which was a residential subdivision on Moroni Mill Road, or if you are here for the application for Shree Development, which was a residential development on Highway 92, all of those items have been removed from the agenda. They will not be heard at this meeting tonight. So thank you for allowing me to share that.
Thank you very much.
Can you
Okay,
give
for our
those one
first
more
agenda
time,
item
Allison?
tonight will be the approval of the minutes of our,
Want to repeat that?
I'm sorry.
If you could repeat
Sure.
and provide the numbers as whatever it is.
Okay, I don't have an agenda in front of me, but,
they're not on the agenda.
Only ones on there is
Oh,
Shree.
and in fact, they may not all be on the agenda. So the one that was for Moreno, that has been removed for several weeks, so that
Okay.
was not on the agenda. Z 2025-73 for Shree Development, they have withdrawn their application earlier today. And then again, the Meadow Hill LLC is also not on the agenda. They
Okay.
withdrew their application previously. But if anybody was here in regard to those items, I just wanted to go ahead and announce that up front so you don't feel like you have to stay for the entire meeting. So any other questions about any of that? So, okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Moving right along. At this point in time, I'd like to make a motion or bring it up to approve the minutes of our September the 9th, 2025 regular joint planning and zoning meeting and Board of Commissioners meeting. Planning and zoning members, after reviewing the minutes, are there any changes, comments, or questions?
This is
Hearing
Frank.
none?
This is Frank Payne. I recommend approval of the minutes from the September 9th, 2025 meeting.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
This is Melissa Polk, I second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion, Planning and Zoning Board? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All in favor of approving the minutes of September the 9th, 2025, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Madam Chair, the minutes from the September 9th, 2025 meeting come to you with a recommendation for approval.
All right. Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've had an opportunity to review the September 9th, 2025 minutes. Are there any questions, corrections, or deletions at this time? Being none, do we have a motion to approve the minutes from the September 9th, 2025 meeting?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carry, and I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Ms. Duncan, would you present our next agenda item, please?
All right, thank you. This item is M 2025-03, Z 2025-77, S 2025-78. This is a request for future land use map amendment, rezoning, and special use permit. The applicant is East Village Dothan LLC. So again, this is located on an aggregation of parcels in District 4. Approximate lot size is 700 acres. The request specifically is for all uses related to a data center campus exceeding 50,000 square feet, private utility substations for the property. So in regard to the existing conditions, as we said, the site does encompass approximately 700 acres. This is located in the Dog River watershed basin. The site is an assemblage of multiple parcels, primarily zoned residential agricultural zoning. The subject property has been used for agricultural and rural residential uses. A portion of the site is also located in the city of Villa Rica, so just want to make 100% clear that tonight we are only considering the subject property that is in unincorporated Douglas County. The majority of the property is located in the Dog River primary basin. We have some questions as regard to interpretation of the boundary of the Dog River Basin. As you know, under our code, when there is a question of interpretation about where that boundary lies between the Dog River primary and the Dog River secondary, we work together with our colleagues at the Water and Sewer Authority to determine where the exact location is and which standards should apply. We do have representatives from both the engineering department as well as the Water and Sewer Authority here tonight to answer any questions that you may have about the watershed basin. But for the purposes of this application, it is being treated as a part of the Dog River secondary basin. In regard to the transportation network, this property is in proximity to Liberty Road, Pool Road, West Tyson Road, East Tyson Road, Sudeth Road, and Interstate 20. All of the adjacent land uses are primarily low-density, single-family detached residential and rural residential parcels. You have the Interstate 20 right-of-way that bounds the north side of the property, and then it is adjacent to Clinton Nature Preserve and the city limits of Villa Rica. Let's see, current future land use map designation on the site plan is rural places. A designation of commerce center would be what is required for the intensity for a data center. So the application for future land use map has been submitted. The campus includes buildings ranging from about 320,000 square feet in size to 700,000 square feet in size. It includes one flex space that is about 16,500 square feet that will be built in unincorporated Douglas County. There's additional flex space that is in the city limits of Villa Rica, but again, that is not the subject of this application this evening. Total campus square footage is proposed to be about 6 million square feet of industrial space with the attendant utility substations. Water is available to the property. Sewer is not currently available to the site. The applicant would have to extend sewer service approximately 2 miles from the existing site at Mason Creek Road to the eastern boundary of the project site. Again, if there's any questions about the extension of sewer service, the Water and Sewer Authority is here and they can answer those questions. And so in addition to the rezoning application, the applicant is needing 2 special use permits to facilitate the development of the site. So the construction of a private utility substation to serve the needs of the project, as well as the construction of buildings in excess of 50,000 square feet. You have before you here the relevant code sections that apply to this project. We have no prior zoning application on any of these properties. In regard to the staff recommendation, we are recommending denial of the future land use map amendment, the rezoning, and the special use permit. This request is not compatible with the comprehensive plan. We also feel that the proposed use will expand utility services into an area that is not contemplated for a commensurate intensity of use. The applicant has not demonstrated a commitment for electrical service nor a timeline when service may be available to the project. We do have the letter from Georgia Power that does acknowledge that they have applied for power on the property, but again, that letter, as we have here in our staff report, does not make any commitment to serve the project. And the impact statement submitted by the Douglas County Department of Transportation does underscore that there is a substantial impact to traffic in the area, and we do have a representative of DOT here tonight to answer any questions that you may have about traffic. We also have impact statements submitted by the fire department that underscores the demand for services in this area. Again, because this is an area of the county that we have not specifically contemplated growth of this magnitude, we have not contemplated the need for delivering adequate public safety services for a project of this size. Similarly, we do have an impact statement submitted by the Douglas County Sheriff's Department that underscores the impact of public safety and identifies the need for more comprehensive study in this area. And then finally, multiple entitlements have been given by the City of Douglasville and Douglas County for projects that may be speculative. So again, one of the concerns from staff is that we could result in overbuilding. We've seen something similar that has happened with some of our logistics space, where we estimate we have a surplus of about 2 million square feet of logistics space that has never been occupied since the time it was given a certificate of occupancy in the county. So we think that that is a concern about some of these speculative projects where no end user is identified. And then finally, we do have concerns about compatibility with the Dog River watershed basin protections and the precedent for allowing industrial use within the basin district. So we have analyzed the criteria for the future land use map amendment. Staff does not find that this is compatible for the criteria for future land use map amendment. Similarly, we do not find that it is compatible for the zoning criteria nor the special use permit criteria that is in the Unified Development Code. So here is the watershed map indicating that the entirety of the project is in the Dog River Basin. Here is the zoning map. So you can see there in the yellow that primarily encompasses most of the subject property. and is indicated as residential agricultural. And then here is the aerial of the site. So here is the concept plan that is submitted with the application. So this concept plan is showing 11 buildings as a part of the campus. And so like I said, a little over 6 million square feet total of square footage. We have some conceptual elevations that have been submitted for this project and are included in the application and the staff report. So again, currently this is in the rural places future land use map designation. They are asking for a change to Commerce Center. You may notice that the Commerce Center is that area in light blue that is largely clustered on the eastern side of the county right now in proximity to the Thornton Road corridor. This is also from our character area map showing that the entirety of the property is in the Dog River watershed character area. So as referenced earlier, these are the utility commitment letters that were provided from the Water and Sewer Authority, Georgia Power, and Atlanta Gas Light. So these are all included in the staff report and the application with this. So finally, the staff does recommend denial of the future land use map amendment, the rezoning, and the special use permit. We find that the proposed map amendment, zoning, and special use permit are not consistent with the future land use map category of rural places and the character area designation of Dog River watershed. We find that the granting of the proposed map amendment, zoning, and special use permit will adversely impact existing public facilities and services, including traffic and transportation networks, public safety and fire services, and water quality and quantity. And finally, we find that the granting of the map amendment, zoning, and special use permit will adversely affect the public health, safety, and welfare. We do have an alternate recommendation for you to consider. If you are inclined to seek more information about this application, staff would request that the application be deferred until the December 2nd regular meeting, and that would give us more time for a thorough review of the impact to public safety based on the impact statements from the Sheriff's Department and the Fire Department specifically. We did receive some additional information, some proposed conditions. We only received them late yesterday afternoon, so we have not had time to fully review and vet that information that we received. So again, if the board is not inclined to deny the application outright, it is our recommendation that it be deferred to December 2nd to give us more time to pin down this application and some of the specific requests that they have made at the last minute. That's one thing I want to say. However, we also have, if you are inclined to approve, we do have an alternate recommendation if you are inclined to approve this, with the findings that the future land use map amendment will not modify the comprehensive plan intent or purpose, spirit of the Unified Development Code. The proposed use is consistent with the comprehensive plan categorization of this property as within the Commerce Center future land use and classification of the Dog River Basin character area, and the granting of the map amendment will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. Similarly, if the board is inclined to grant the rezoning and special use permit, we have the following findings. The proposed zoning and special use permit are consistent with the future land use category of Commerce Center. The granting of the proposed rezoning and special use permit will not adversely impact existing public facilities and services, and the granting of the proposed rezoning and special use permit will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. In regard to any recommended conditions, I may defer to legal counsel at this time as to how we would like to handle conditions based on some last-minute information that has been submitted. I don't know if you would like me to go ahead and read these into the record, or if we need to revisit the conditions after the public hearing if the board indicates that they are inclined to move forward with the application. Do you have an opinion on that?
I don't have a strong opinion on it. One of the proposed conditions of staff. All I would say is that if you're inclined to grant it, I'm going to recommend some serious revision of the conditions.
If you could, attorney, thank you. Go to the mic. Attorney.
She told me to come to the microphone. I'm sorry,
Yes.
I forgot. If the board wants to hear the proposed conditions, staff conditions, that's fine. I've already rewritten a couple of them to deal with some of the issues that have come up in the last couple days with the proposed conditions submitted by the applicant. If the board is inclined to approve this, it's my strong recommendation that it actually be deferred so that we can work out the actual language of the conditions. If you all want to try to work through them tonight, I am prepared to do that, but my experience is you get a much better, clearer, more enforceable set of conditions if you've got the time to work through those, and then you bring a set back that counsel for the county and counsel for the applicants have been able to vet, look through, and either approve or be able to clearly express our disagreements. Any questions?
So at this time, it may be my recommendation that we hold discussion of the conditions until after the public hearing and the discussion on this case, if the board is amenable to doing so. And that would conclude my staff recommendation at this time, but would like to reserve the opportunity to share conditions once we have heard the public hearing, if that's agreeable to the board.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Duncan. Okay, at this point in time, I'll open the public hearing on this matter. We have 15 minutes allocated. You have 2 minutes per person to speak. Mr. Fowler?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Joe
sir.
Fowler, Post Office Box 49, Douglasville. I'm here with all the persons that you see on the left-hand side or your right in purple shirts. We received the staff recommendations on Friday. We worked over the weekend to make what we believe to be appropriate counter recommendations, and I'm going to read through those very, very quickly. These have been provided. We made some revisions as late as this afternoon when I was working with Mr. Mitchell. First off, 4 parcels in this tract, almost 240 acres, will be reserved by covenant to be restricted for open use, and the expenses of that will be borne by the property owner. There'll be a park and a trail system throughout. There are 4 parcels. We would request that those 4 not be rezoned light industrial, but remain residential agricultural. Each data center building will be more than 500 feet from any residential property. Thirdly, there will be no more than 11 data centers, but based on recent negotiations, there may be as few as 8 and maybe even less than that, 4. Georgia Power Company has approved the power service to this project. Someone is here who can speak to that. The project will use a closed-loop cooling system in connection with the data centers in order to minimize water consumption. Sixthly, the project will be connected to the centralized water and sewer systems operated by the Water Authority. Brian Keel is here tonight to talk about that, as well as the stormwater management issues and the whole issue of the Dog River Basin. He and I have talked about that. There is a request for a brief period of time as the development is being undertaken that they be permitted to use septic tanks in certain areas. I've discussed that with Mr. Keel during the Q&A. He can talk about that as well. The data center buildings will conform to the architectural parameters of the UDC. Likewise for landscaping, we had agreed to, based on the recommendations from staff, it initially was that...
You'll be back.
I'll be back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler.
Next we'll hear from Mrs. Hickman.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? Could you state your name and address for the record, and then you have 2 minutes.
I'm Linda Hickman, 9110 East Tyson Road. My family has had a farm here since 1996, almost 30 years. It's where my grandchildren made their first steps, and I have developed deep friendships with my neighbors. This land has been a special home for my family. I've had many offers from residential developers who wanted to turn the property into houses and driveways. The thought of that horrified my neighbors. Hundreds of homes would change the entire neighborhood, and that kind of development would have strained the schools, crowded the roads, and added very little to the quality of life in our community. So I held off. Everything around me has become commercial, but I did not want to sell this property to developers who would not look after my neighbors and friends. Now I hope that Hickman Farm will soon become the site of the Keaton Creek reserve where protecting the green spaces, preserving the creek and that runs through it, and creating trails and natural areas that the community will enjoy for generations. The revenue from this project will also help support my neighbors, those who shared this land and this life with me for years to come. Thank you for believing in this community as much as I do.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor, please approach the podium. Please state your name and address, and in 2 minutes, sir.
Hello, my name is James Hickman. My address is 9110 East Tyson Road. Good evening, and thank you all for being here. Over the past 2 years, our family has been working closely with members of this community and leadership at Douglas County to truly understand what matters most: preserving the land's natural beauty, limiting traffic and noise, and avoiding overcrowding our schools. Through many conversations, one thing became very clear to us: the community does not want more houses and truck-heavy uses. What did emerge was a shared vision, a project that creates high-paying jobs and generates significant tax revenue without burdening county services. From that vision, the Keaton Creek Reserve project was born. At the center of Keaton Creek Reserve is a 246-acre public conservation park. The park will be privately maintained and open for everyone to enjoy. We've met with the Westlake and Weatherstone communities and completed line-of-sight studies to ensure these facilities will not be seen or heard. With 77% of the open space preserved, we call it engineered invisibility. We also met extensively with the Water and Sewer Authority, who emphasized preservation of this land is vital to support future expansion of the county's reservoir. Located within the Dog River Basin, the source of drinking water for the entire community, the land plays a vital role in natural water purification. With our project's advanced technology and minimal water use design, we're not only protecting this watershed, we're preserving it forever for the WSA and for Douglas County's future. A key part of keeping these promises is choosing the right partners. That's why we selected EdgeConneX, a world-class data center developer known for environmental stewardship and innovation. This project proves what's possible when private enterprise and community priorities align. Now, to share more on how EdgeConneX will bring this vision to life, I'd like to introduce Todd Workman with EdgeConneX.
Okay, if you'd state your name and address for the record.
Hi, good evening. Todd Workman, EdgeConneX, 2200 Cooperative Way in Herndon, Virginia. So I'm here on behalf of EdgeConneX. EdgeConneX would be the developer and operator of this site, which would be purpose-built for a specific end user. I understand the concerns with excess square footage, but I want to be clear that this would not be a speculative development. We are the developer and operator of this site, would be here for the long term. EdgeConneX is a leading developer and operator of purpose-built data centers that are customized to the needs of hyperscale end user customers. Our long-standing customers include some of the most well-known end users in the world, including the likes, not limited to, Meta, Microsoft, Google, Oracle, AWS, and the list goes on. We have 80 data centers across 50 markets in 20 countries and across 4 continents. The companies that I mentioned, they are companies that demand world-class facilities and best-in-class operations developed and delivered by experienced data center developer operators, and that's a pretty short list, to be quite frank with you. EdgeConneX is a company that walks the walk with regard to its commitment to providing exceptional work environments, environmentally conscious and sustainable design and operations, and in being good partners and corporate citizens in the communities in which it operates. Our campus will bring significant sustained economic impact to Douglas County, with key impacts being through $500 million in power infrastructure upgrades, 6 to 8 times the property tax revenue that you would expect to see in a comparably sized warehousing and logistics operation, the equivalent tax revenues of over 2,000 average households in Douglas County, and we're going to do that on less than 200 acres versus the households which require between 500 and 1,000 acres. Our data centers will create a diverse employment ecosystem, 300 to 500 new long-term quality sustainable jobs averaging over $100,000. Those jobs would be in the areas of engineering, mechanical and electrical, network engineers, trades, security, landscaping, building, a very, very diversified, more diversified job creation than many other industries can provide.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak? State your name and address, and then 2 minutes.
My name is Steve Sanchez. I'm a landscape architect with HGOR. Our address is 3525 Piedmont Road, Atlanta, Georgia. And I was asked to take a look at this preserved property and see what they had there. Now, we have analyzed the Etowah River as it goes through Canton Creek, just to give you some background. We've also done the analysis of North Peachtree Creek as it goes through Mercer University. And when I was first brought to this property, we came in from the east side, from Clinton Park, and immediately we hit upon rock outcrops. Now, the rock outcrops are special areas that are found in the Piedmont. You know of Panola Mountain, you know of Arabia Mountain. These are preserves. This is not a preserve here. It's just a piece of the land, but it's a very special part that you don't see all across the country. It's only found in the Piedmont. As we went further into the site, the forest grew older and more mature. We crossed Keaton Creek. It's an absolutely beautiful creek with surrounding wetlands. But imagine, if you will, when I got to the tributary on the west side, cliffs, rock cliffs covered in mountain laurels. So, tears, a babbling brook going through the tears of these mountain laurels. It's like if I took you blindfolded over there, you would think you were in the mountains of North Georgia. This property is worth preserving. It is a special part of this county, and we would say that this property and the preserve that they're going to put on this special piece of land is well worth it. This is not just any ordinary piece of land. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? You'd state your name and address for the record. 2 minutes.
My name is Melissa Smith, 9795 Lake Fall Court, and I'm the president of the West Lakes Homeowners Association, and I represent the 155 homes that will be directly impacted by the project. And I'm here tonight to give our formal endorsement for the project. When I first heard about it, my immediate response was, oh, heck no, and my husband and I started planning our exit strategy, not just from the community, but from the county altogether. Someone else on Facebook, which is where I heard about it, said that this project is not what you think, and the developers are willing to sit with anyone and give you the facts. So I thought that was the responsible thing to do for my community. I sat with the developers with a fat notebook full of questions and concerns, and I went in there 100% opposed. I listened to what they had to say with an open mind, and they were able to answer all of my questions, not just to my satisfaction, but to make me come in completely critical and leave excited about the project and feeling like this was the best chance for a new neighbor that West Lakes was going to get. I took the information back to my community, and we took a survey to get their questions and concerns, and then had 3 town hall meetings to present them with the maps and the facts that the developers had given me. All of the people who entered the meeting were concerned and had questions and were opposed, and all of the people by the end of those 3 meetings left very excited about the project and wanting this for their community. They've promised us that we won't see it, we won't hear it, it won't impact our electric, it won't impact our water, and the park is something that our community is very excited about. So if West Lakes has any choice or any voice in their future, we don't want another subdivision, we don't want to look at that pile of dirt, we don't want more trucks. What we would like is to keep the nature preserved around us and to have a quiet neighbor. And so if we have a voice, this is the neighbor we choose, and this is the neighbor we hope you will choose tonight as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? How much time do we have left?
3 minutes, 33 seconds.
2?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay. Will you state your name and address for the record, and then 2 minutes.
Thomas A. Slash, 233 Millwall Drive, Villarica, Georgia, Weatherstone Subdivision. I live alongside the Keaton Creek, and I'm in favor of the zoning requests. Embedded in Douglas Ford 2025 strategic plan are its mission, vision, and core values. At this moment, I'd like to focus on the vision statements, specifically the word vision. Vision implies forward thinking, the ability to imagine and plan for the future. In this case, the future of Douglas County with special focus on Pool Road communities. The applicant before us tonight came before us and stands now before you with a vision for our community that looks beyond and past, present and forward with innovation and strategic planning. But this kind of future requires leaders who inspire transformation. Board of Commissioners, that's you. The people standing with me today, friends, neighbors, and new allies, are united by a shared vision. But that vision needs bold leadership. Leadership that sees beyond what is and reaches towards what could be. Your reception of our communities and our communications have not gone unnoticed. It reassures our residents that their voices are not only heard, but valued, that our concerns and hopes are part of a deliberative process rooted in good governance. And so after many calls, messages, materials, and prayers, we respectfully ask you to approve the applicant's request for the future use map amendment and special use permit for the data centers on Tyson Road in Villa Rica. May God bless each of you. We see your efforts, we appreciate your stewardship, and we are grateful for the wisdom and discernment you bring to this important decision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? I think we have a minute or so left. 1.5 minutes.
Gotcha. I'll do less.
State your name and address, and then 1.5 minutes.
Got it. My name is, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Brian Clark, 4706 Daniel Mill Road, Winston, Georgia. So we're right across the street from actually where this is going to go down. I was here in one of our other public hearings. I've been working around data centers for 20 years, since I was 25 years old. Right? Data centers are actually amazing if they're done right. If they're done right, I've been all over the country, I've been all over the world working with data centers, their infrastructures, their people, helping them employ others and so on and so forth. The thing that Douglas County needs, again, like it's been stated, is not more homes or more people coming to Douglas County. We need to help people within Douglas County obtain those jobs. I have 4 children, 2 of them that will be going to college in a few years. I would like them to get into the data center area. I'd love them to become electrical engineers, technological engineers. I'd love for them to look at this place as a place to work. I know that data centers need entry-level people to start doing a lot of what they have. This will bring a lot to the community. It was said that maybe 2 people will run a data center. That's not true. There'll be 8 campuses at least. 8 campuses at least will employ at least 200 people in the end. There'll be tons of construction going on for sure. There'll be a lot of traffic going through, but I think the gentlemen that we've talked to so far have a great plan to handle all of that and manage it. Plus what they're trying to give back to the county. So this is a great move for our county in that location. And if you hear it, the subdivisions that are living right behind it normally would argue more against it and are arguing for it. This is something that would help Douglas County raise more revenue faster for the rest of us and create jobs just in our vicinity. We would pull people from outer places too into Douglas County so that they could work and provide taxes as well. And from what I've heard and understand, that the person who is going to go into this data center is going to pay their full piece of taxes, which is great for us. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll close the public hearing in favor, and now I'll open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? You have 15 minutes total time, 2 minutes per person. Anybody wishing to speak in opposition, approach the podium. Approach the podium, sir. If you state your name and address, and then you have 2 minutes.
My name is Joe Dyer, 9535 Pool Road, Villa Rica. I would ask for you to be more deliberate. I know you had gone on a long time with this, but just don't know the right word, to delay until you've been able to do more research. My biggest issue is Tyson Road. If any of you are familiar with it, the road was opened and closed in 2009, and it has become a major landfill, an illicit landfill. And my conversations and what I've been able to find out, nobody's going to take any unction to take care of this problem. Either maintain it, clean it up, close the road, have some way to take care of this. I would like that to be resolved with that. As far as the project itself, I'm not sold on it, but I'm not the expert either. But I do have, like I said, issues with the increased traffic area really coming through the area and more dumping on Tyson Road. So that's it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? If you would state your name and address for the record, and in 2 minutes.
My name is Alicia Webb. I live in West Lakes. The yellow signage is where we learned of the proposed project. We do not read the paper and all the things, so we weren't necessarily in the know far ahead of time. But when the yellow signs went up, my 23-year-old daughter was the first who voiced her concerns. I support responsible technology growth, but I oppose the rezoning and the proposed data center campus for this site. 6.2 million square feet, a data center, 66,000 square feet of warehouse, the footprint of 30 Walmart supercenters. That's a lot of area. My questions are simple. Can the existing infrastructure handle this? Who guarantees the developer's promises? When they say park, we're really talking about a nature preserve, which has been clear tonight. We need independent, enforceable conditions before any rezoning is approved. Verified impact studies, enforceable limits on water and power use, binding communities, and all the things that we have heard are more clear to me now than they were. I do want to be clear about this. Not all Westlake residents support the rezoning. I also want to be sure that it is clear that we're not foolish. We expected the land to someday be developed, but a data center was the farthest thing from our minds. Do we really need this data center here? Is there not a better place for it? I trust this body will make the best decision for the citizens of Douglas County as well as those who immediately surround us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? State your name and address, and in 2 minutes, sir.
My name is Travis Spangler. I live at 3420 Laurel Springs Cove, Villa Rica, Georgia. I'm here to express opposition to the data center proposal. This particular project raises serious concerns in its current state. Noise, lighting, and increased impervious surface runoff could permanently affect nearby homes and waterways. These aren't hypothetical concerns. There are documented cases that challenge the other Georgia residents have faced with data center expansions. For those reasons, I respectfully urge you to uphold the staff's recommendation of denial of this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Name and address, and in 2 minutes, sir.
Jeremy Jermaine, 4076 South Shelby Lane. I'm not in opposition per se. I just do want to ask the commissioners and whatnot to ask for a breakup fee or some kind of consolation just in case it does not pan out. I think that kind of attachment to the contract is something that would preserve Douglas County, making sure that everyone involved does what they're supposed to do. I think there needs to be some contingency on these contracts. I don't think we should just say yes. There's enough data out there and a great staff, Allison and whatnot, who have spoken, and they said that they did not recommend this. They work for the county, so it's kind of weird to not take that into consideration. But I do think, again, some kind of fee or something that we would get in case these things do not pan out. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Name and address in 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. Susan Nelson Bowie, 2935 Flowers Drive, Douglasville. I'm in District 2, and that's why I wanted to speak about this. We got a data center, and they promised us all kinds of good stuff. We haven't seen any of it. Get it in writing, make sure if you're going to do this, because we have got nothing from it. It's not what they promised. And once they build it, it doesn't go away, and it sits there either empty or it sits there making noise and sucking your power and your water. So just remember, look to District 2 and see what happened to us. And that's all I got to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? No one else in opposition? At this point in time, I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, you have heard the comments. Do you have any questions of Mr. Fowler, the applicant, or staff?
All right. It's Rob Thomas. I think I'd like to start with the applicant.
Maybe Mr. Fowler, did you want to?
Yes, sir.
So the elephant in the room is the changes that were brought at the recently. How is that going to impact your current application? Because what the staff is recommend denial is not necessarily what you guys are proposing at this point. So I think it'd be a little disingenuous if we base this on what we have in front of us from 2 months ago, as opposed to what the new proposals, new changes came about. And with that being said, if they're significant enough, I know we didn't get into recommendations from the attorney, but if it's significant enough, you may consider, would you consider deferring this until we have the staff and all the other departments, because it's going to affect water, fire, different departments. So we need to have time to digest these changes.
Great question, and I was in the process of explaining how we are interpreting the nature of the application that we made. There's nothing significantly different than what was submitted when we first made the application. What changed, and the reason we submitted what I provided to the county this afternoon, was in response to what the staff recommendations are in the event you determine that it is an appropriate thing to grant the rezoning. So what we did was we took what we got from staff, analyzed it to explain how we respond to what was suggested by her. So if I can go back where I was earlier when I hurried through my 2 minutes, may I just do that briefly?
Sure.
For example,
help to answer some of these,
I believe it
the
will.
elephant in the room as far as the changes, sure.
Yes, sir. I don't think there's any significant change whatsoever. We said from the very beginning, if you will look on the overhead, and I'm not sure you have it there or not, but what I've got here is the site plan.
Sorry, can I just, hope you got it up.
All right. The site plan there has not changed at all, except that it may be fewer than 11 buildings. There's nothing added to it. It's a reduction from, based on conversations that have been undertaken with Edge Connects. When we had the community meeting, the question was asked, well, how do we know those 250 acres will always remain open space? And the answer to that is you do it as a stipulation in the zoning. So what we prepared was something that indicated that the 4 parcels that are comprised in all of those that you see before you, those will remain always. This is in response to the question that was asked to one of these people in the audience. And we said that it will be a covenant that runs with the land, and it will be a park. And we've provided some discussion of how the park will be developed as both a trail system and park. You heard some of that. The gentleman spoke about it with respect to how his company will manage it. We also would suggest, for the protection of the property owners, that we get it in writing, as was just mentioned, so that we do not rezone to light industrial the 4 parcels that comprise that 250 acres. The second thing that we talked about was the separation of the data centers from the properties. This is not a change from the application. It's just that when you look at the site as it's proposed there, there's not a residential property within 500 feet from any of the buildings. And so it's not a change of anything, it's simply an elaboration of how this project will be developed. The third thing that we talked about was no more than 11 data centers. As I just mentioned, it may be as few as 8 or potentially as few as 4. That's underway. The discussion of that is underway at this point. We believe that there's a commitment from the power company, Georgia Power Company, and there's a representative here who can speak about that in just a few moments. We talked about the closed-loop cooling system, which is simply an explanation of how this site will be cooled, minimizing the impact on the county's water system. We talked also about how it'll be connected to the WSA's centralized water and sewer systems, though, as I mentioned, they do want a little leeway as they're building to be on septic tanks until the sewer line is actually run the distance that Allison mentioned earlier, that 2 miles. The condition that I mentioned next is what is in Allison's report, and that is the stormwater systems will be constructed as required by WSA. Third thing is the data centers will conform to the architectural parameters of the UDC, building heights. However, staff said 60, we request 70. The site landscaping will conform to the parameters of the UDC. The one issue that Mr. Mitchell and I talked about this afternoon as we worked together on how to address the question of what the developer is prepared to do in terms of mitigating the impact on the public safety, health, and welfare. And we proposed a sum of money that would initially be allocated to provide for fire department services. In our discussions this afternoon, we agreed to donate 5 acres of land from this site for the use by the county for fire facilities, and also to make a monetary donation of $2 million for that purpose. We would agree to that as a stipulation as a part of the rezoning. The 11th thing that we talked about was that the development will comply with Attachment A, the general conditions on page 3 of the DRI, the sections that deal with sites specific to this particular location. There's another attachment, Attachment C, that are more general, you might say regional-wide improvements that we have not agreed to in this application to make. And then the final thing was that the applicant is not seeking to participate in the Douglas County Tax Incentive Program. So it's not a change, it is simply an elaboration of how we will do that which we have been planning for the 1 year that we've been working on this project.
I understand. With all due respect, it is a change, and planning and zoning administrator is going to have to resubmit through DRC and through all of the other departments to see, we don't know the impact. This could be unintended consequences here, that trying to off the cuff make these make a recommendation for approval when the first I'm hearing all this, right? I heard a little bit earlier, we discussed it prior to this coming here, but we didn't have a 12-point plan or modifications. I do understand that you're saying there are improvements in a positive direction, less footprint, less buildings, and all that. However, it's not fair. I don't think it's fair to the board or to planning and zoning not able to digest these, especially talking about money too, right? You said some type of commitment to fire department and things like that. It's a lot. It's a lot for us to incorporate into this application.
We received from staff on Friday afternoon what they proposed to the board. Maybe you got it Friday afternoon, we did, and over the weekend we evaluated the conditions that staff recommended if you decide to approve it. So using that as the model, we simply responded to it. We were able to do it over the weekend and we provided it today. So it's not new information, it is just an explanation of how we respond to what staff said. If Allison earlier had read the 15 things that are on her list, you would have been aware of it. This is our response to those.
Okay, understand. All right.
Thank you.
I'll yield.
Mr. Brandon Pam, I got a just quick question for the representative of Edge representative. Real quick, simple question. Do you guys have an end user that's already agreed to this if it was approved?
We are in discussions with a single end user for this.
Say it, I can hear you.
Yeah, we are in discussions with a single end user who's a long-term customer of ours.
Something you can't disclose right now?
That's correct.
Okay, got it. That's it for me. Thanks.
This is Melissa Polk. I would like to ask a question of the staff, please.
Yes, ma'am.
So my question to you, and if it's an inappropriate question, please inform me. But my question to you is this, is that while you've heard the changes that have been said that they have proposed, do these changes align with the changes that you are aware of, and are they being forward with those changes and in their detail? And is there any information that has, since the proposed changes came and applied through this particular agenda item, are all of these factors being presented here tonight?
Right. So again, I do acknowledge that we did send the staff recommendation on Friday. There was a bit of a delay due to some internal server issues that we were having, countywide, that impacted our ability to deliver. Normally we do publish on Tuesday. And again, I do recognize that we got their response yesterday. Candidly, my feedback to this board is I cannot tell you what you would be agreeing to tonight. And so I'm not necessarily saying whether it's going to be better or worse. I think it is my job to stand up here and say, as with any project of this magnitude, there will be consequences. So I cannot adequately tell you what I think those consequences would be based on a little bit of the moving parts that we have here. So again, it's our recommendation that if you want us to sit down and fully vet this through and return a recommendation to you that would incorporate all of the feedback from all of the reviewing departments that would be impacted, as well as working with our legal department to get their feedback, it's the staff recommendation that this does need to be deferred. Again, not as any sort of commitment to approving this down the road, but it's just to make sure that everybody is acting upon the same information in an accurate and transparent way. Now, I will also defer to legal if there's anything that they want to add about kind of the information that we've received at the last minute, because at the end of the day, if you ask me what conditions you may potentially be agreeing to, I'm going to put Thomas on the spot and have him address that, because he has been working on that so far. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I'm trying to be just very truthful and accurate and transparent, that I could not stand here and tell you what you would be agreeing to if you had approved this project, if you choose to approve this project tonight. So if it is not denied outright, which is still the staff recommendation, it is my recommendation that you defer so that we can give you accurate, clear, transparent information.
Understood. And may I elaborate just a little bit more on my question a bit to you? Is there any known information that's being shared with the public, or, in pro of, or encouragement of, or just kind of a positive thing as supporting this agenda item that's being shared with the public that doesn't have any real basis to it, or meaning some information that is not in fact in the application itself?
Right. So again, we review the application as presented to us. A lot of the information about the park improvements and things of that nature are not anything that was submitted in regard to the original application. There has been information shared with me by members of the community, some handouts and flyers that have been left with us that I think do make questions that I cannot validate in terms of the information that we have in the file. And so I think that, all of those things were not necessarily taken into consideration. So if there have been promises about setbacks and distances, none of that was submitted as a part of the original application. If there have been commitments about payments and things of that nature, we do have the impact statement from the fire department that yes, there is going to be an impact to services. The specific nature of what that would be is something that I would defer to legal to express whether or not a payment is appropriate. Again, when staff received the information yesterday about a potential payment, we were concerned about whether that adequately would address the issues or even be appropriate in terms of whether it starts to feel a little bit like contract zoning. By order of comparison, the Fire Station number 9 that we most recently brought online cost $10 million to construct just the building, and that didn't include any of the fire trucks or the equipment or anything like that that would be included in it. So we've seen, considerations given to things like high schools and EMT and, things of that nature that have been submitted to us as a part of the permanent record. And so I think that I would say that there is information that has been submitted that I cannot validate, but that being said, all of the recommendation that we have here to you tonight is based on the original application and the impact statements submitted by the various reviewing departments.
Understood. I yield. Thank you.
Okay.
Before you go, Ms. Duncan.
Yes, sir.
If we vote on this as is, there are pieces of property they're talking about they don't want now rezoned.
Mm-hmm.
How do we know which, I think we need to think about this and get some of this stuff down and
right. So
a
again,
proposal before
sorry.
we can make a motion on it.
Yeah, so again, I do think that trying to do this at the last minute, again, I'm just going to say, I think what I've said previously, based on sort of the last minute changes, that does make it difficult, if not impossible, for staff to say, this is what we're specifically asking you to agree to. In terms of some of the information submitted about impact to, the tax digest and, whether or not, if something reverts back to just the RA zoning with a covenant, the county doesn't enforce covenants, right? And so under the RA zoning for a 500-acre tract, you could still develop that, based on a 3-acre density. So the idea that you would, revert it to an RA zoning and have that be the protection does raise more questions for me than answers. So again, not to make this too complicated here, but I think that's why in, conversations with the county attorney, it is our recommendation that it would be wise to defer to get this thing buttoned up a little bit more tightly so you know exactly what you're agreeing to. I cannot commit to you tonight that I know what you would be agreeing to if you were to approve, even with some modified conditions as presented by the county attorney.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other questions from Planning and Zoning Board? Hearing none, Madam Chairman, I'll throw it over to the Board of Commissioners for questions you folks may have.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, are there any questions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, Vice Chair, you have the floor.
All right. Let me see where I want to start with this one, because I too was kind of, some additional information was brought to my office after I came in today. So I haven't had a time to really review all that and look at it, because to actually even sit down and talk with our fire chief in regards to his recommendations on some of this. But Allison, just real quick, if you would please, and I know we got somebody here from WSA as well. All right. So we don't have yet a set site plan, because I know one was presented to me for months, and then I found out today that there's possible changes to that site plan. Does your office have anything that's in the packet that says exactly what the buildings, where they're going to be, what size they're going to be, where they're going to be located?
Sure. So the site plan that we have on the screen in front of you is the site plan that was submitted with the application.
That's the one I saw.
That's the only site plan that we have, that shows kind of placement of buildings or anything like that. The condition that we had proposed in the staff report is one that you have seen many times before with other data center applications and other kind of large, mixed-use projects, in that we condition specific to a site plan and then give some discretion for minor modifications to be made by the Director of Development Services, as the person who has the ultimate authority of interpreting the code. In the event of a concern or disagreement about what a minor modification is, then the ultimate authority would lie with the Board of Commissioners to bring the site plan back to you for revisions. I don't want to speak for the county attorney if you have questions for him, but again, I think as we've spoken, it is still our recommendation that conditioning to a site plan is a wise course of action for projects of this scale. So if you were to condition to a site plan, this is the only site plan that has been given to us as a part of the permanent record for the application.
How many lots are there that are going to be designated for this? I'm going to call it a nature preserve. That's what I've been told of how it's going to be, similar to Clinton Park. Do we have defined exactly which land lots are going to be committed to that?
So as a reminder, the nature preserve is not included as a part of the original application. So Joe just put a piece of paper in front of me, but my recommendation to you is that there was no mention in the original application of any portion of this becoming a dedicated nature preserve. So I can't provide you a recommendation on something that I have not seen and has not been reviewed and vetted through all of the staff.
Yeah, because I know I've had, I know the cameras can't see this, but there's a sea of purple out there. My office has been overwhelmed with phone calls in support of this project. So it's very important for me, before I consider this or even reach out to my fellow commissioners to discuss this, is to have that defined. Because what I don't want to happen, I care about everyone else that's got purple out there, and this is coming next to their home. This has got to be, but I just have, it's not buckled down to me.
Understood. Yes, sir.
I know we got WSA here too somewhere, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
There's Brian.
Good evening, everyone. Brian Keel, representing the Water and Sewer Authority.
So I know that you're familiar with this project, you know, all the acreage, everything that's going on to this project. What would be because I do know it's been brought to my attention that some of these people who own this land, they want to sell. Does WSA have any type of idea the difference in between water usage if that was developed out as residential homes opposed to the data center?
Yes, sir. We have looked at it from that standpoint. The water usage that the applicant has most recently requested of us is the equivalent of what about 78 homes would use. We've got about 700 acres here, all or most zoned RA. Under the existing zoning, that could be developed as a few hundred homes. So from a water use standpoint, the proposed use is a small fraction of what it could be with no rezoning.
Okay, all right. That's the only question I have for you, so I'm sure my fellow colleagues might, but I'm done with that. Well, I shouldn't have turned him loose. Brian, I know you walked far away. I lied to you, Brian. Based on that water usage from the proposed data centers, to me, it seems minimal if you're going to allow them to be on septic. Is that correct? Because did I hear that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And will they each particular building will obviously have their own septic for a temporary service, correct?
My understanding that the request I received today from the applicant is, would the Water and Sewer Authority oppose the development going on temporary septic while it was under development, after which it would go on permanent sewer? We have no opposition to that. Quite frankly, our regulations where it's located would not require them to connect to sewer. If they wanted to go on septic and they were able to receive approval from the Environmental Health Department for that, we would not oppose that.
Okay. In regards, because this is a concern of all of our citizens with all these data centers that have been brought before us, how does this impact WSA and the water supply that we currently have in the county?
So there's a couple of points there I'd like to make. The first, again, is water supply. From the water supply requirements that they have posed to us, our system can handle it. Again, it's preferable to the alternative of leaving it zoned as is from our perspective for water supply. The demand fits within our long-term water supply plan for both water and sewer for this area, so we have no concerns there. The other concern or potential issue that's been brought up is that of watershed protection. As has been mentioned, this development is within the Dog River Basin. The state of Georgia applies water supply protection rules within a 7-mile radius of any public water supply. So of course our water supply is the Dog River Reservoir. This development lies outside that 7-mile radius. The Water and Sewer Authority defines the area within that 7 miles as the primary Dog River Basin, area outside of that 7 miles as secondary Dog River Basin. And there are more stringent requirements within that 7-mile radius, including wider stream buffers, tighter impervious surface limitations, etc. In the zoning code, I-20 is identified as the boundary line between primary and secondary Dog River Basin, and that's primarily a matter of practicality. Almost all property in Douglas County south of I-20 is within 7 miles of the reservoir, and so when the zoning code was being drafted, we actually had input into that. The Water and Sewer Authority concurred I-20 is a reasonable proxy to use for that boundary between primary and secondary. This just happens to be one of very few properties within the Dog River Basin that is south of I-20, but outside that 7-mile radius. So I think as you heard at the beginning of the presentation, we are agreeable to applying secondary Dog River Basin watershed protection standards to this development for that reason.
All right. Now I'm done with you this time, I promise.
Yes, sir.
Do we have DOT? We got DOT here, correct? Yes. DOT.
Hey, good evening. Sorry, I couldn't hear you back
No,
there.
that's okay. It's okay. I know you did an impact study in regards to the traffic in and out of this facility. And it's coming off of, where's the plan set for you that you've seen in regards to the exit traffic for this facility?
There's two actual locations for exits. Very difficult to show there. There's one that will exit onto Liberty Road, just south of, or very near the city limits there, Villa Rica, and the other will exit onto Tyson Road.
Onto Tyson. Which one's going to be the primary?
It will be Liberty.
Liberty? Okay. Your traffic study, if it was to be developed out into 200 homes, do you have like a comparison in regards to the traffic in and out from employees, which I know there's going to be traffic for the construction, heavy increased traffic, but with the employees, since I'm sure they're going to be 8-hour shifts, do you guys have like any type of a study of what that might look like in regards to if there was 200 to 150 homes built there, or the data centers?
Yeah, the ratio, that the amount of volume that this particular site is projected to develop is about 6,500 cars a day. A typical subdivision will generate 10 trips per day per home. So if we're talking 100 homes, we're at 1,000. We're talking 200, we're at 2,000 trips a day.
Okay, all right. That's all the questions I had.
I do want to bring up one thing on the attachment A versus attachment C that they had referenced, willing to omit reference C. All your traffic improvements reside in section C.
Okay, all right. Okay. Let's see. I think for right there, Madam Chair, well, no, I want the applicant for one question. Joe, anyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you guys be willing to, because just hearing some of the recommendations in regards to my fellow, I'm sure I might not be able to read them as my fellow commissioners, but and hearing some of this, would you guys be able to give us a more defined site plan and also lock down those land lots which are going to be used in regards to creating this preserved park for our citizens, so that we can know that when we make the conditions, if it is approved, that they are guaranteed that that's what they're going to be receiving, or what their neighbor is going to look like.
Yes, sir. I actually provided it to the county yesterday, and I thought this was going to be on the screen before you, but it's not. But I have the land lot, the acreage to the entire tract. But yes, it could easily be done, and you could zone this or leave it zoned as is and condition it only for the park and the trails. You could actually do that tonight if you chose to do so, by simply amending the request to provide that those 4 parcels would be restricted to, would not be rezoned to light industrial. That's why we provided that as the very first of the 12 conditions that we provided. We were concerned about needing to respond to everything, because one of the conditions was that we would be required to build a fire station. And in response to the condition that the staff proposed that we build a fire station, we said, we'll do this. And by working with the county attorney this afternoon, we said 5 acres and then the monetary donation. All of those things led us to do the only thing we could do, and that is to come tonight. I recognize what the commissioner said with respect to not knowing precisely how to respond, but if I had not done this, I would have said to you, when Allison presented, if you're inclined to approve, here are the conditions, I would have to have responded to each one of those. I understand you want to take a month to look at it, and that makes sense, but I do believe there's enough here that would enable you to approve it if you're so inclined.
And just going back, and as someone mentioned earlier about the fire station, Station 9 cost us, by the time I think we're said and done, it's just over $10 million, and plus us to equip. So, did the fire chief or the fire marshal come back and tell you that it's required if you develop this there, that, Allison, if you would, please? Yes, ma'am.
So, again, just briefly, you have the impact statement in your staff report that was submitted by the fire department. And as I clarified to Joe earlier, condition number 10 that we had put in there did not say they had to build a fire station. It did not say they had to donate land, and it did not say that they had to make a cash contribution to the county. I think that the way that the zoning is a tool that can be used to mitigate impacts, right? But right now, we do not have enough information to tell you exactly what that impact is going to be, on fire, on sheriff. But both of our public safety departments that submit impact statements to us have raised concerns about their ability to serve long-term as this project builds out. So if you read condition number 10, it just said work with the county to create provisions for, but left it very vague and suggested that any agreement would have to go through final legal approval. And I would defer to Thomas if he wants to address even further the concerns about payment and things of that nature. But again, we tried to leave it flexible so that we could look at it objectively and tell you exactly what the impact would be. It would not be appropriate for one project to create a system-wide improvement, right? Because again, if you build a new fire station out there, it's going to serve more than just this project.
Correct.
But I think with the language given to us in the impact statements from the sheriff's department and from the fire department, again, I would have to come back to you and say tonight, I don't know exactly what they would be asking you to commit to. I don't know where the number of $2 million came from, because to your point, fire station number 9 cost far more than $2 million to build, and that doesn't include any of the equipment, and it certainly doesn't contemplate any of the staffing. So there's a lot of unknowns about what exactly you would be committing to in agreeing to that tonight, which is why we say give us more time to pin this down and make sure that there's complete transparency, in what the impact is and what the mitigation would be.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. I'm just going to state real quick. I hear you. I've heard you. I know. But I just feel we have to tighten this up a little bit for the county itself and for our citizens. But I'm going to yield back for a moment, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other remarks, board? Any other questions? Okay, I have one for transportation, if you could come back. Thank you so much, Bruce. Look, I heard just a little concerns about Tyson Road. Could you speak to any forthcoming infrastructure improvements in that thoroughfare? Because it seems like this will be a major road that will be used quite often in this particular area. Any plans, future plans for Tyson Road?
The traffic study showed, and we can agree with the traffic study, that Tyson Road itself will probably capture either 2 or 3 of the buildings, maybe 4 of the buildings that are on the western side of the property. The plan as shown, and then our recommendation, is that Tyson Road, as far as the county's right-of-way, would end at East Tyson Road and become a circular cul-de-sac, and then it would extend beyond that through with private property, as they've kind of got it shown here. Now, the intersection of Tyson at 78, both Greta and the DRI reports and traffic study reports state that should be converted into a multi-way stop with a westbound right turn lane added at that intersection. And we agree to that. That's the improvements as slated.
All right. Thank you. All right, I yield back the floor.
Oh, I have questions.
I'm
Madam
sorry.
Chair. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Kenner Jones, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I do have several questions. The first one is for the applicant.
Yes, ma'am.
So I have received, I guess, several marketing materials or promotional materials for this project, and one of the things that I noted that is a bit concerning for me is that on multiple of these, the county's logo has been used. And it has been stated that this development is the county's choice for data center development. So I want to know who gave the authorization for that and what made this the county's choice.
I don't think it's the county's choice, obviously. That's
I would
why we're
agree.
here before you tonight, and I'm not sure how that publication was printed. I saw it later. I think it's a mistake to have been done, and I apologize to all the staff and members of the commission that that happened.
And I would just note that it's a concern for me in terms of what the developer has told these individuals that they may or may not get or receive if their marketing materials are misleading in terms of what the county is or is not supporting. So I would highly advise against that in the future.
Apologize to you, Ms. Kenner-Jones.
In terms of fire, EMS, and 911, this question is for Allison. Thank you, Attorney Fowler.
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of impact to fire, EMS, and 911, and now I'm hearing the Sheriff's Department as well, am I correct that we still do not have an actual impact fee structure that would be appropriate to roll a project like this into to try to meet some of those needs? And the reason that I ask that is because, and I apologize for bouncing around, but I also received an email correspondence, and one of the conditions as proposed by the developer was that they would pay $2.5 million directly to the fire department. That makes me concerned that that is now leaching into the territory of contract zoning, which is completely illegal and prohibited in Georgia. And so if there's some formula of impact fees that is more appropriate, has that been developed, and is that something that is available to look at?
Sure. I would say we are developing an impact fee ordinance now. We do not currently have one in place, and I'm going to defer to Attorney Mitchell to address your specific question, if that's okay.
So when I saw to go back and answer a question over here, the conditions that Mr. Fowler proposed today cover the same general territory that staff's conditions did, but there's some fundamental differences in how they approach this project. One of the biggest ones is whether there's a binding site plan or not. And given some of the concerns that were heard and kind of my general experience with a project of this magnitude, a binding site plan is relatively important. You can put some guardrails around administrative variances and things like that, but there needs to be a site plan so that the people can understand what they're getting. One of the other fundamental differences is at what point in time are these requirements, like the temporary septic, at what point in time are they going to be required to switch to sewer, if they're going to be required to switch to sewer? I heard tonight that WSA wouldn't necessarily require that. County may want that. Especially if you're going to put a fire station out there, you may want the sewer line out there for more development. To answer your specific question with regard to this contribution, the one condition that I've worked with Mr. Fowler today on is the one that he mentioned about the dedication of a parcel for a public safety center. Because you do not yet have a development impact fee ordinance, it's very difficult to enter into development agreements, as they're commonly called. One way that you can enter into some agreements that last longer than a year is if they are somehow tied to the conveyance of a property interest. And therefore, lots of times in projects of this magnitude, the developer will contribute a school site, a fire station site, precinct site, library site, something like that, and then that gives this county a little more leeway to bind them to this agreement. The way that condition is currently drafted is that before land disturbance permit, they would have to dedicate the land. Before final plat approval, there would have to be that development agreement in place. Frankly, the $2 million number was a number that was a plug number today. I don't know what the impact is, and I think staff's told you multiple times they don't know what the impact actually is without going back to the public safety folks and asking them, what do you actually need to ameliorate the impact of this? As you all well know, you can't make them do something that is going to benefit that entire part of the county if it's not somehow tied to their impact. And frankly, as we stand here tonight, I disagree with Mr. Fowler. I certainly couldn't recommend that you all approve this tonight, because even though we could draft some conditions that were legally written, whether they were actually accurate or not, I don't think, I certainly couldn't, and I don't think staff could say with any certainty that's the case.
Thank you. Attorney Fowler, this question's for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you all arrive at that $2.5 million number from?
All right, I'll review it. The staff condition that we had read, if I may, states the following. Prior to the issuance of a land disturbance permit, the applicant shall execute an agreement with Douglas County detailing how public safety measures will be enhanced to serve this use. The measures will include, at a minimum, provision for the land and construction of a fully functional fire station with equipment to address all concerns submitted by the DC Fire Department in their impact statement for this application. Any additional expense not otherwise contemplated by currently adopted plans to serve land use in the area shall be contributed by the developer in terms set forth in the aforementioned agreement as mutually determined by both parties pending final legal review. We came up with a number by, as was just mentioned, we pulled a number that we thought we could manage under the circumstances. Our concern was that we were being asked to build a fire station that has no discernible number there either. So when we spoke this afternoon,
Who asked you to build a fire station?
we believe this can be interpreted to require us to build a fire station. Now, if that's not the staff's intention, it didn't seem to be communicating that here. It's number 10 on the proposed ordinance if you choose to adopt it.
And I apologize, the internet is slow in here. While I'm looking for that, I'll move on. What is the timeline from start to finish to have this development built?
May I have, Todd, would you answer that, please?
We anticipate the timeline would run between 10 and 13 years.
And so we actually would not receive a full tax benefit from this until it was completely built out. Do I understand that correctly?
It would be a progressive rollout of the tax benefit, yes, ma'am.
And at the end of the 10 years, what are you estimating the regular taxes to be?
We're estimating incremental tax revenue on a fully built-out, full capacity basis to be in the range of $80 million per year.
And you're not seeking any incentives, and you said that you do have an end user already identified. Are they okay with you all not receiving any incentives?
Well, we're not here with the authority to speak fully on that tonight. At the end of the day, this needs to start with a zoning determination, and then from a determination of the zoning, then will become the next cycle of decision-making around financial viability.
And that's part of my concerns, because the data center that was proposed for Waldrop Farms came with the exact same information. We're not seeking incentives, and then their end user backed out because they could not afford to go forward. So what I don't want to have happen is we approve a rezoning request and then you end up never actually moving forward with this project because there is no end user that agreed to not seek incentives.
To that, I would say that, again, unfortunately, we can't at this point in time being in definitive conversations about that, and I don't know if there are any conditions available that would satisfy that concern. That'd be a legal question that's outside of my scope of ability to answer.
So the condition that I'm talking about, back to you, Attorney Fowler, that was emailed to me from Keaton Creek Reserve says, site, to address public safety measures, the developer shall provide a donation of $2,500,000 to Douglas County Fire Department for the purchase of fire suppression equipment. Where did that come from?
We came up with that as a proposed condition as an alternative to paragraph number 10.
And was this document included in the agenda packet for planning and zoning to evaluate a review?
Excuse me. I provided it to Austin yesterday.
Why is there nothing included in y'all's proposal about the setbacks at this time? the setbacks? What's
It is
the issue?
It is included there. It's 500-foot setbacks from every residential area, with one exception where there's a property, I can find it where it's a 200-foot setback, because there's one property owner that's on our side of the street, 5-acre tract, selling us the back 2 acres. There's a 200-foot setback there, probably 300 feet wide, but the other 3,000 or 4,000 linear feet will be 500 feet or more. In some instances, it's over 700 feet. So that is addressed in the conditions that we emailed over yesterday.
What's the concern, or why the modification in the number of buildings? If the proposal is for 11 buildings, but then you mentioned 8 or maybe
Yes,
less,
ma'am.
what is the deal with that?
Well, I totally understand the concern that was mentioned earlier about not having a definitive site plan, and the rationale is, as we worked with Edge Connects, that they have determined the number of buildings to be based on the power output, that which they can provide, and there's a very technical difference between what was generally proposed by us in the beginning. There have been 11 from the very beginning, and within the last 45 days or so, it was reduced from first down to 4, then back to 8, and that won't be defined for a relatively short period of time. It has something to do with the identity of the end user. So it's a bit flexible, and that's why we put in our response to the conditions that it would not be site-specific, that it would not be more than 11, maybe less.
I heard you all mention that this is going to tie into the Clinton Nature Preserve. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, ma'am. There are 200 acres that are being acquired and donated permanently for the use for the park and the trails. It adjoins the Clinton Nature Preserve. There have been 2 weekends where a host of people have walked through that area on a tour, and it's extraordinary, and it connects to Clinton. And we have retained the gentleman who spoke concerning the parks for the purpose of developing it, making sure it's maintained, that it's not rezoned to light industrial, and it's preserved in perpetuity. This property is being bought by the developer and being dedicated to that exclusive purpose. And it's a total of 250 acres or thereabouts.
And planning and zoning, is that you all's understanding of that tie-in in the park?
So again, there is nothing in the original application that was reviewed that agrees to, or that proposes any sort of tie-in that we could agree to. As you know, any tie-in would have to be the purview of the Board of Commissioners. We have also made it clear that the county staff is not in the position to say whether a donation, I think I heard Joe say it would be donated. We may need to clarify that, because my understanding is that this was not going to be donated to the county. As you know, if donated to the county, it comes off the tax rolls. We've also confirmed with the Water and Sewer Authority whether or not they have an interest in the donation of the land, because again, that starts to feel like an inappropriate use of zoning. I don't want to speak for Brian, he's here tonight, but my understanding is that neither the county nor the Water and Sewer Authority are at all inclined to accept a donation of this property as a part of any kind of zoning action. I think Joe wants to say something.
No donation to the county. It's going to be subject to covenant, not rezoned, used in perpetuity for a park. It's adjoining the Clinton Park. Whether or not there's a connection is something that the Parks Director will have to work on.
And you mentioned that it is a covenant, and I believe Allison has already addressed this, that the county cannot enforce covenants.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
when you all were meeting with the residents, were they aware that if for whatever reason this stops being upkept or maintained, or whatever, the developer, whomever owns it, decides they don't want to do that anymore, that we will have no enforcement mechanism over that, and that neighborhood will be required to sue them to enforce that covenant at a cost to themselves?
I don't know what promises were made with respect to in those neighbor meetings, but I do know that it's going to be agreed as a part of the acquisition that that park will remain by the owner of the center.
I do have a question for Water and Sewer, if they're still here.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there going to be any period of time while this is being built that they are going to need to use evaporative cooling as opposed to the closed loop?
Our understanding from the applicant is no, that is not the case. If things were to change and they were to propose the use of evaporative cooling, we would require that they develop at their cost infrastructure improvements and a non-potable cooling water source to use for that cooling water that does not draw from our potable water system. So there'd be no impact on our drinking water system. That's the approach that we have taken with other data centers in the county that are using evaporative cooling.
Do you have a timeline for how long they'll be on septic?
I would have to defer to the applicant for how long they anticipate the development to take.
What I heard was until public sewer is available.
Yes, and speaking with our engineers, the current consensus is that we're looking at about a 2-year, potentially 3-year process of being able to tie in publicly. I also, if it's okay with you, ma'am, would like to address further the cooling system, because I think it seems like it's a pretty important question to you. There will not be evaporative cooling. The closed loop system does not draw from public sources at all. It is a glycol water solution. It's a product that comes in. Imagine it as if it's more sophisticated than I'll describe it, but in a large underground swimming pool that gets filled up once and then it gets topped off periodically as it's drawn down, but it's drawn down and replaced. What's being replaced is more glycol water solution product, not water from the resources.
And what, if any, there may not be any, but what's the potential for water contamination with that process?
I don't believe there's any water contamination risk because, again, it's a product that's coming in from the outside.
Is the 911 director here by chance?
Yes, I see it. Director Harley, could you come up, please? Good evening. You have the floor. Good evening.
Good afternoon, or evening, Director Harley. I do have some concerns if the fire and EMS and the sheriff's department are all saying that they're gonna have adverse impacts, for this development. Is 911 gonna be impacted by that also?
So situationally, where this development sits, and if I am correct, it sits at Liberty Pool in, what is it, Tyson?
Mm-hmm.
So in that area, right now, currently, the way our emergency services exist, Douglas County Fire EMS responds from a fire EMS perspective. Most of that area is Villa Rica. And so Villa Rica PD actually responds to that area. So when someone calls 911, it can actually go to either Public Safety Answering Point or 911 Center. It can be routed to Carroll County or Douglas County and or both, which would require transfers to happen, which would certainly result in delays of emergency services. So to your question, yes, there could be some adverse impact with 911 as well.
And then I presume if this is going to require additional fire station, additional staff, additional trucks, equipment, computers, radios. I'm just making this number up, but let's say we had to have 10 additional firefighters and radios. What does that cost look like?
Well, I can't speak specifically for the fire department regarding cost. However, we would, of course, have staffing in the 911 center that would equate to us servicing that area greater with a project this size. For the fire department, though, it's a matter of what's there now is more residential. Mm-hmm. And so it would require a more commercial response. And so that looks different in terms of the amount of equipment that would need to be dispatched.
Is there anybody from the fire department here?
I do not believe so.
Okay. My last question is for Managing Director Duncan.
Thank you so much, Director
Thank
Harmon.
you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Could
ma'am.
you just remind us and the public, what does the comprehensive plan anticipate being in that area right now?
Sure thing. So the comprehensive plan, the future land use map, there you see on my left, maybe you're right, rural places. So this is the lowest intensity land use category that we have in our comprehensive plan. This would be essentially agrarian and rural residential uses. And then coupled with the character area of the Dog River Basin, the anticipation is that this area would stay rural and agrarian and abide by the regulations of the Dog River Watershed Protection District. So contrast that with what they are asking for, which is the Commerce Center. And so again, the Commerce Center is the area that you see on the map in light blue. And so that is an intensity of use that right now is mostly contained around the Thornton Road corridor. So in comparing the differences between the eastern side of the county and the western side of the county, the eastern side of the county has historically developed with a greater degree of intensity. You have more intensive infrastructure on that side of the county. You already have water and sewer generally widely available on that side of the county. And so it's almost the direct opposite on the western side of the county, where most of the western side of the county was, I should say, in 2023 when we did our last comprehensive plan update, the western side of the county, it was determined would largely keep its rural residential and agrarian character.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Kenneth Jones. Commissioner Raxton, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. All right, this is for Attorney Fowler. All right, good evening. All right, so we were talking about the number of buildings. I know, like you said, it went from 11 down to 4. What is, again, just kind of help me understand what is the determining factor and how soon do we think that we'll make that determining factor on the number of buildings?
Workman will address that.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. As Mr. Fowler suggested earlier, the primary determining factor is the ability to utilize the power that's available to the site. So what we don't expect are significant variations in the square footage, but the form in which that square footage could take is subject to design specifications that are specific to the customer's needs, the types of equipment that are going to be placed in the facility by the customer. So whether we end up at 11 or 8 or some different number, our square footage will remain relatively constant.
Okay. And it is somewhat dependent, like you say, on the customer's needs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that we're currently in discussions with some potential customers or those that could potentially be utilizing this facility?
Yes, sir. We're in very substantive discussions with a long-term customer. We've had a lot of customer interest, but we're in substantive discussions with one particular long-term customer.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask you this. In regards to the jobs and the economic development, has there been any discussions with any of the educational institutions here in the county about utilizing and working with any of the high schools or technical colleges about funneling and utilizing some of the students to be able to obtain these opportunities and these jobs for this organization?
I will tell you that that is 100% a notion that we are committed to and that we're committed to in any community in which we operate. Our process is very much around working with stakeholders to understand what community priorities are, and education and job creation or job placement and creating a job pipeline is an opportunity of mutual benefit. We need those workers out there. A lot of the workers that operate our data center and ensure the 24/7 uptime that our customers require are trades-oriented jobs. So we're working with local communities, with technical colleges, with community colleges, in some cases with universities, to either develop or augment programs that are bringing awareness to data center opportunities, particularly in the trades, for example. You talk about plumbing, for example, electricians. There's not as much of an awareness as we'd like to see about the role that those kinds of trades jobs can play in the digital economy. It's right here before us. We're very, very dependent on those kinds of jobs. So we are, as we enter communities, one of the top priorities that we want to look into is how can we partner to train locally, to hire locally, and to develop a pipeline locally.
Okay, so those conversations have started with our local institutions, or?
We have not yet started those conversations. What we're prepared to do, because I know the Hickman team has started those conversations, is we are prepared to pick up the baton and run with it because it is so core to the value of our corporate citizenship.
Okay. Gentlemen, did you have something to add?
Yes, we've met with Dr. Julie Post as well as the school superintendent, Dr. Trent North, both of whom were supportive of the project. The West Georgia Technical College, Dr. Julie Post, she's actually kind of desperately seeking from all the data center end users and builders here to coordinate and get together as a means to understand what they need to train the citizens of Douglas County for. And we picked EdgeConnect as our partner because they gave us a vision of community engagement and partnership.
Okay, thank you.
And I do want to add to that by saying that this is, again, an area, we'll just say, so to speak, that we walk the walk, and it also involves programs that start not just at the technical, the trades, the community college, the university level. We have programs that go all the way back to K through 8 programs where we can introduce the digital economy into the schools and get kids when they are at the most impressionable point to help them understand what future is available. We have a couple of different partners we work with in that capacity, and we have a proven track record of working within communities to roll out very successful programs in that space, something we're very, very committed to.
Okay, thank you. All right, my next question is also related to, or getting to more of the construction. And after the facilities have been constructed with all the truck traffic and construction, has there been any discussion about any type of repairs or enhancements to the roads and to the infrastructure based on the construction that is, that will be needed?
Wesley Reed with Everly Associates, the civil engineer working on this project. There hasn't been discussions about the construction traffic and that. There is conditions that we've talked about that are in the Greta report, and that are in that we also put in the conditions, but not specific to construction traffic. But there is something to operate on a road that is that is a county road that the tax dollars are going to go to. If there are improvements that need to be made due to the construction, I think that's something that we could certainly entertain if there's damage caused by the construction itself.
Okay, and maybe just let me ask Managing Director Allison Duncan. Allison, is that something that has also been discussed with staff and any conditions there?
I'm going to defer to DOT. If that's
Yes.
okay with you to answer that
That's
question.
fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. As far as existing road structure and the amount of impact construction vehicles will or won't have, on existing road structures, they've never offered anything thus far stating that there will be modifications, improvements, resurfacing. We've not been made aware of that anywhere in any documents we've seen. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right, and my last question, I guess, is more of a comment. And again, I think we've heard some of the concerns here, especially from public safety, and I am very much concerned. And even heard of an instance where there was a fire in one of the subdivisions, and that fire was not put out in a timely manner. So that is something I do have a big concern with when we talk about public safety. So I just wanted to have that document on the record. And Madam Chair, with that, I'll yield the floor back to you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Raxton. Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Yeah, just for our Planning and Zoning Board members and also for my commissioners who may or may not travel out to that end of my district very much. The city of Villa Rica has already just finished an apartment complex out there. They got about another 200 homes on Connors Road being built out there. They're now breaking ground on yet another apartment complex over there. So that Liberty Road has already been highly elevated in regards to the amount of traffic that's out there. So, just keep that, I'm just telling y'all that to keep that in mind when we start talking about the increased traffic, whether it be a data center to another 200 homes. Hence the reason why Director Ron and I got together, and our DOT did a fantastic job at installing that eastbound red light at Liberty Road. But again, we have no authority over the city of Villa Rica, and it seems like they just keep approving a lot of close-knit or apartments, so, or close-knit housing. So just keep that in mind as well. Now you'll back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Commissioner Mitchell, you have the floor.
This will be easy, Joe, if you would, please. And I guess it will probably be Allison as well. But my question, though, is, we've been speaking about this particular project and all the changes that all of us have starting to get and move and trying to. I'm just as confused as I was 2 hours ago as to what all we're talking about. But I'll add, what impact would it have on you, the customer, the developer, in doing all of this, if we push this off to wait to really have the dialect between planning and zoning and you guys to make sure that everything we're talking about, we're clear as to what that is, versus trying to piecemeal it as we're doing now. And I'm not even clear as to what the end result would be, because I'm even more confused the more we talk. So what impact would that have on you guys? And again, to Allison and the team, because I know Allison would want to make a true recommendation after knowing everything that exists.
I think we'll know between now and December at that meeting how many buildings it will be, so that ambiguity will go away. I'm sure we'll be able to determine where the 5 acres would be for the donation for the fire station. Other issues will be probably that Allison and I, as we have a history of doing, won't agree on everything.
And that's okay.
And I tried to do that tonight, sort of anticipating what was going to happen when I read her conditions on Friday. We worked all weekend to come up with the list that apparently you haven't seen. I don't think we have any choice. My clients are not going to like to hear me say this, but I think we have to come back in December.
That will be
between now and then, it'll be a Christmas present for everybody. We'll have a clear understanding of what all this is.
I'm not going to say it's going to be a Christmas present, but it would be Christmas.
I thought you might say that.
However, I just think that's, to me, what would make more sense. So we can know if the donation is either legal or not legal, impact or no impact. I mean, to me, it's just too much being stated. And I know we want an answer, but to do it like this, I think is not fair to not only your clients, but yet along to staff trying to, answer the questions as to what it relates to, whatever is water and sewer and, topping off the streets when you get done with the construction. I mean,
where we were in a level of uncertainty was the same place that Commissioner Kidder Jones mentioned earlier. As a lawyer, she understands the same thing Mr. Mitchell and I understand, is without a development impact fee ordinance, you're worried about the boundary line between a gratuity or an extraction.
Correct.
And walking that line was what we tried to do this weekend. I'm sure she understands the position we were in. We worked very hard to address all the commissions, all the staff's conditions.
Right.
And created some of the confusion. We apologize for that. We can come back next month and we hope to have a nicely tied up package so you'll understand where the lines are.
Correct. And they'll be clearly to me drawn. And
Yes,
we
sir.
can clearly make a decision based on the information versus trying to just go about it. Mr. Mitchell here is wanting to make sure that we're clear. And there's no relations, by the way, guys. But that we're clear. we look alike, but just bear with us. But with that, I think we want to be clear legally as to what that is, those leaps and bounds, versus we put it together and only to find that there is something that we missed. And now the community walks away thinking they thought it was going to be, but it's not. But we didn't do it right. So I would highly recommend that we just kind of pause
We're grateful for all the people in the neighborhood that came out, and we'll ask them to come back in December.
And maybe they can wear their nice shirts again in December, and we can do it all over again. I don't know if red is, well, that's right, that might be good. Yeah. But that's what I would highly recommend. So I will yield back, Madam Chair, to that we, push pause on this because it's just too much. And now we're 2 hours and 5 minutes in, and I'm just as confused as I was when we started this. So I yield back.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. I just I heard Georgia Power, the power company, was in-house a representative. Could you just come up for just a second? Just have one question. This certainly
Mike
does
Latch
not.
with CBRE on the digital infrastructure, so I'm not with Georgia Power, but have been tracking Georgia Power for this applicant.
Okay, you may or may not be able to answer my question regarding the grid capacity. I don't know if you had assurance already that this project will be going forward. Can you speak to any?
Yes, for the past year and a half, Georgia Power has studied this, and it's gone through the capacity review and the transmission study review with the Georgia Transmission Corp. It's also included in their budgetary improvements for this area, and so they have provided the letter of support that they will have an in-service date and be able to serve this once the buildings arrive.
Okay, thank you. WSA, for just one other question for you, and then I'll yield the floor back to you. Chairman Simmons, mine will be quick. Villa Rica, I serve on the Water and Sewer Authority Board as well, and it refreshed my memory. I think we, WSA, Villa Rica buys water from WSA. Can you talk about the water capacity? If this project is going to be built in Villa Rica, so will they just be certainly still drawing off the Dog River, or that, so the reservoir increase that's being increased right now, will this have an impact, or will this give some room for this project as well, our reservoir enhancement that we have underway right now? Please speak to that a little bit for me.
Yes, ma'am, happy to. So as you said, we do currently wholesale water to the city of Villa Rica. I haven't looked at the numbers in the past couple of weeks, but it's generally on the order of about 300,000 gallons a day that we sell to the city. I believe we're in negotiations maybe to increase that a little bit. Mm-hmm. If this development were to be approved, we would be their supplier. In other words, the water would not go from our system to Villa Rica and then back to the development. We would supply them directly. As far as the impact to our reservoir, which you mentioned we are increasing, we're very proud of that. In case you all haven't heard, hey, we're increasing the reservoir. A very exciting project. We are tripling its capacity. This project will not have any adverse impact on that. In fact, the long-term planning studies that we did in preparation for the reservoir expansion considered uses of this amount for this part of the county. It's already considered in the plan, and so there's no concern on our part in being able to serve them at the demands that they have shared with us.
Okay, so that reservoir expansion really considered this future project and those that will come behind this one as well. Yes, because of our expansion. So, and I was out there the other day, by the way, and very impressive.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I'll yield the floor back to you.
Madam Chair, I do have one more question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
My head just I'm sorry, Commissioner Kenneth Jones, you have the floor.
The representative from Georgia Power, if you could. They should have never let us know you were here.
Just to be clear, I'm not with Georgia Power. I'm with CBRE Digital Infrastructure, who's been running the
Gotcha.
application for Georgia Power.
Okay, so if you can't answer this question, then that's fine. Okay. So part of my concern, and I know they're going to have to build their own infrastructure to get power, the substations, all of that. Mm-hmm. I do know when Plant Vogel was built here and they ended up being terribly over budget for that project, then the Public Services Commission did raise the actual power generation fees, which resulted in higher power bills for residents. Is there any assurance that can be provided that if the build is over budget, that is only going to be charged back to the developer and not increase the power rates for residents? And again, if you can't answer that,
sure,
I respect that.
So I'll answer that the best of my knowledge. So tracking this project, the amount of collateral that it will require for the cost of the infrastructure is being taken on by the applicant and EdgeConneX. That will be in their contract, and Georgia Power has the Public Service Commission who will overlay and make sure that they approve their IRPs, right? And the IRP allows for additional improvements that will be made to the entire grid of Georgia, specifically, and that will be done by the large load users, not by the ratepayers. They have committed to 3 years of freezing rates, and the Public Service Commission has done a really good job, in my opinion, of creating the right regulations that are needed to make sure that the large load users are the ones paying their fair share, and that the ratepayers will not be affected by these large loads.
Thank you. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Don't leave yet. I have one more question for you. We really, me and Commissioner Kenneth Jones really speak highly of you when you're not here. I'm just teasing you. Let me ask you a question regarding the legislation. I believe there's some legislation that was recently passed to protect the actual homeowners from allowing, those electrical charges to roll over into the ratepayers.
Mm-hmm.
So is that something that's true? Can you help expound on that? Do you know anything about that? It was some legislation recently passed. Are you aware of that, Commissioner Kenneth Jones?
That's the
Yeah,
freeze
that's
that he was
what I
talking
mentioned
about.
earlier, is their freezing rates for
Good.
the 3 years, yeah.
Okay, so the freeze. Okay, that's what I said,
Okay.
this
But
legislation.
I will just say and note with that there's studies from Harvard and several other organizations that say even with the freezes, when they come off, they're anticipating somewhere between 8 and 22% increases to residential users and large load users. So you may get some reprieve for a few years, but that's not a guarantee that when the legislation ends that you're not going to see an increase. That doesn't have anything to do with you, but.
The Public Service Commission who regulates the tariffs
Yeah, the pub-
for Georgia Power would be the ones to speak to that, and it's my understanding that they are putting all the right precautions in place to protect the ratepayers from having that happen in that exact case.
Okay, all right, I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Planning and Zoning Board, do I have a motion?
This is Brandon Penniman. I make a motion to defer application M 2025-03, Z 2025-77, and Z 2025-78 to the December 2nd meeting to give our staff opportunity to review all the new information, to flesh it out and submit it.
Rob Thomas, I second.
Thank you very much. I have a motion and a second. My question for the county attorney, can we take all of three of these in one motion? Or do we need to take each one separately?
I'd be more comfortable to vote on them
Separately?
separately.
Okay. Okay. Brandon, would you make a motion concerning M 2025-03?
Restate my motion. Make a motion to defer application M 2025-03 to the December 2nd meeting to give staff an opportunity to flesh out and review all new information submitted recently.
Rob Thomas, second.
Thank you very much. I now have a different motion and a second. Do we have any discussion, Planning and Zoning Board? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of deferring M 2025-03 to the September meeting, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous, Madam Chairman. M 2025-03 comes to the board with a recommendation for deferral until the December meeting.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to defer M 2025-03 to the December 2nd meeting.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. In the discussion board, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand for deferment. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote and the motion carries. And I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Now, do I have a motion on Z 2025-77?
This is Melissa Polk. I make a motion to defer agenda item Z 2025-77 until our next meeting of December 2nd to the board to be able to review all the changes and allocations made on this particular agenda item.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Frank Payne, second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of deferring Z 2025-77 to the December 2nd meeting, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Madam Chairman, Z 2025-77 comes with the board with a unanimous recommendation for deferral till December 2nd meeting.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, once again, we heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to defer Z 2025-77 to the December 2nd meeting.
Do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and second. All in favor of deferring, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carry. And I yield the floor back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Now, Planning and Zoning Board, do I have a motion on S 2025-78?
This is Frank Payne. I make a motion to defer S 2025-78 to the December 2nd meeting.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of deferring S 2025-78 to the December the 2nd meeting, signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Madam Chairman, S 2025-78 comes to the board with a recommendation for deferral to the December the 2nd meeting, and it was unanimous.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, again, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to defer S 2025-78 to the December 2nd meeting.
Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of the deferment, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. Thank you. I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. We'll see y'all back on December the 2nd.
Okay.
At this point in time, we'll take about a 5-minute break to allow the folks to exit the courthouse.
And Chairman Simmons, it was brought to my attention we're not speaking loud enough, so can you all speak very loud?
Speak up.
He's ready.
Okay, we're back in session. Ms. Duncan, our next agenda item, please. I believe that's S 2025-69.
Yes, sir. So this is a special use permit for Matt Strickland. This actually was deferred at our September meeting, so the first thing we will need is a motion to take this off the table to discuss. We need a motion to take this off the table, Mr. Chairman.
We
This
didn't
was.
table it, we deferred it.
Do I need to? What do I
So
need
we
to
don't
do?
need a motion to undefer it, do we?
Okay, it was actually deferred to the October meeting, but are you good with us going ahead and having the?
Yep.
Okay, but it was deferred in September to October, and then October didn't happen. But we're good. I hear from attorney that we can continue on, and so we will continue on. Again, you may recall at the September meeting, we deferred this item. We did have the public hearing at that meeting, so unless there are specific questions, I will just give the overview, and then we can move straight to the deliberation. So again, this is a request for a special use permit for an oversized metal-sided accessory structure in the residential agricultural zoning district. The property address is 4674 Post Road in Winston, Georgia. Lot size is 3 acres. The application is signed by Matt Strickland, and this is in Commission District Number 4. The staff recommendation on this is to approve the request for an oversized accessory building of 2,400 square feet with metal siding, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Again, we did have the staff presentation and the public comment at the September meeting, so we can move straight to the deliberation unless you have specific questions for myself or the applicant.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Duncan. Planning and Zoning Board, if you remember, we had the information on this matter. Do you have any questions for the applicant or for our staff?
It's Rob Thomas. I just want a quick recap, your recommendation.
Yes, sir. Our recommendation is to approve the request for the 2,400 square foot oversized accessory building, and I apologize. And we have no conditions that we are proposing. Our findings is that the use will not modify the comprehensive plan or the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Unified Development Code, and the granting of the special use permit will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, Planning and Zoning Board? Hearing no questions, well, I guess it would be appropriate to throw it over to you folks for questions of staff.
That would be nice.
Or the
Thank you.
applicant.
Thank you. Board of Commissioners, do we have any questions this time for the applicant or staff? No questions. I yield the floor back to you.
No
Chairman
questions.
Simmons.
Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard the presentation. Do I have a motion on S 2025-69?
It's Rob Thomas. I'd like to make a motion to approve S 2025-69 for the special use permit for oversized metal-sided structure.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Frank Payne, second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion, Planning and Zoning Board? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving S 2025-69 as read into the record, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Madam Chairman, S 2025-69 comes to the board. Unanimous recommendation for approval.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve S 2025-69.
Okay, do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board?
Yes, Madam Chair, I believe this is the fastest we've ever approved anything in 2.5 years. And I applaud that.
Okay.
I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, any other discussion? We have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote with no opposition, and the motion carries, and I yield the floor back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, Mr. Strickland, best of luck to you going forward. Next agenda item, please.
Yes, sir. So our next agenda items are Z 2025-70 and S 2025-71, a rezoning and a special use permit. The rezoning is from heavy commercial to light industrial, and the special use permit is to allow truck parking as the principal use. It's at 13301 Veterans Memorial Highway. The lot size is 4.57 acres. Commission District Number 4. Property is vacant, mostly wooded. It was formerly a home site. The home has since been removed. The applicant's proposing heavy truck parking facility with 72 parking spaces and stormwater detention facility. No buildings are proposed. We've taken a look at the relevant code sections. The expansion of industrial-oriented uses is not anticipated by the comprehensive plan in this area of Winston. The mixed-use corridor defers to its designated character area, and the Winston Small Area Plan anticipates the containment of industrial-oriented uses within well-defined footprints. The property is located within an identified, underdeveloped commercial node. There has not been a reason articulated as to why the property cannot or should not be used as currently zoned. The transition of this site to an industrial zoning designation may signal a change of land use pattern for the Winston area not anticipated by the comprehensive plan and generate off-site impacts not previously anticipated. We've taken a look at the zoning criteria and the special use criteria. Here's a picture of it on the zoning map, and it's currently vacant. It was formerly a home site. Here's a picture of their site plan with 72 parking spaces and stormwater detention facility. It's in the mixed-use corridor, future land use, and the Winston character area. Staff's recommending denial of the rezoning and the special use permit based upon the findings that the use will modify the comprehensive plan and the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Unified Development Code, and the granting of the rezoning and special use permit will adversely affect the public health, safety, and welfare. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions? Oh, no, wait a minute, hold on. Public hearing. Have to open the public hearing. All in favor of speaking, the applicant or the applicant's representative in favor of this application? We have 15 minutes allocated, 2 minutes per person. If you'd like to speak in favor, please approach the podium. You have 2 minutes. If you would state your name and address for the record, sir.
Yes, Marcus Arsenault. I'm the owner of the property. Yes, and address 1741 Silverway, Lithia Springs, Douglasville, Georgia. Yes, and all right, my name is Marcus Arsenault. I had a small trucking company for a few years. I'm a retired school teacher of 23 years and tried my luck at trucking. I moved to Douglasville and fell in love with the area and tried to expand my company. I met with a lot of truck drivers during this time. I was told that 3 truck parking lots were close in the area, and I was told that owner-operators in the area had nowhere to park their trucks. I took my retirement money and bought 13301 Veterans Memorial and was told that they used to fix big trucks on the property. While walking the property, I found a sign that showed that it was a property that worked on trucks. I rode around the entire area that had a junkyard next door full of junk cars, truck ambulances, buses, 18-wheeler school buses, and dump trucks. Next to that is a humongous cement company. Behind the property is a brand-new GFL trash company, and the block down is a brand-new truck parking lot. It is a truck parking lot behind, on side, to the left and to the right of the property. This property has been an eyesore to the community for many years, and I was told that zoning department that I preserve the trees. I told the zoning department that I preserve the trees that cover the property, and since I purchased the property, over the year I've had to clean up the property many times. Because individuals have been throwing trash. I'm not trying to have a huge truck parking lot, just around 70 trucks. The property is already zoned heavy commercial, and I thought that allowed trucks parking. And when I purchased the property, I was told that it was for truck parking when I purchased the property. That's what I was told by the realtor, that I could park trucks there. No one from the area objected. I have posted signs since July. I was supposed to meet, but some reason, they said we're in November, so the October meeting was moved to November. So I was supposed to meet then, and no one came out in the public to speak against. And I have many pictures of all the properties next to me. I don't know. I could show you guys. I don't know how it works.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor? We'll be back to you shortly.
All right.
No one else wishing to speak in favor? I'll close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition, please approach the podium. State your name and address for the record, and then 2 minutes.
Jeremiah Paranek, 3040 Beaumont Road, Douglasville, Georgia. Just reaching back into the previous discussion. Transportation impact fees really need to be handled here. This is certainly going to be a trip generator Allison's team certainly needs more resources, and in reaching back to the previous item, the first item, she needs more money. These applicants need to pay their way for the expansion of her staff's technical work to support our county's proper development, to protect our community. So this trucking facility will generate traffic, no doubt about it, but the transportation planner says the traffic study was not submitted with the zoning package. However, proposed development will generate moderate traffic to Veterans Memorial Highway. It also states Veterans Memorial Highway is a major arterial roadway in the county's transportation and thoroughfare plan map. I want to underscore that. Veterans Memorial is a well-established corridor. If you go over into Cobb County, you have 5 lanes, 2 in each direction, and 1 turning lane through the whole county. You get to Fulton County, Bankhead, no development. You get to Douglas County, no development. This corridor needs to be developed. Beaumont Road needs to stop development. Those funds and those resources, that attention needs to go onto this east-west corridor. This development will impact traffic. As far as the traffic impact, it's not just surface topping, it's also capacity improvement, which is lanes, yes, but it's also traffic control. Spoke with our traffic man. He said Georgia's not really concerned with throughput and delay as much they are on safety. Well, we're all concerned with safety, but throughput and delay is certainly a consideration in a valuable community. And so when we talk about transportation impacts, we've got to consider capacity, proper capacity on established corridors, such as 78. So I would say that there should be a moratorium on any variance on US 78 in Douglasville until we have a proper corridor development plan in place. Okay, this corridor is very well established and it's underdeveloped in terms of capacity maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard the discussion. Do you have any questions of staff or applicant?
Rob Thomas, I have a question for staff on this.
Yes, sir.
So your major pushback for this application is the comp plan. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
That's the main, nothing else, traffic study or impact, anything that is not really a factor. It's strictly the comp plan didn't necessarily anticipate this type of use.
Yes, sir. The applicant hasn't prepared or provided a traffic study, so the estimates that we have are from in-house from Douglas County Department of Transportation. But besides that, the comprehensive plan just didn't anticipate in the Winston area the expansion of the industrial footprints outside of what's already established.
What did, I guess we need to talk to the traffic guy. Hey, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good to see you again. Since he didn't provide a traffic study, can you elaborate on it?
It was not required based on the criteria for zoning submittal. However, it was 72, I believe, parking spaces that were identified. We've got some trip calculations. It appears to be estimated at about 144 vehicles per day. That would be 16 in the AM and approximately 28 in the PM.
What about deceleration lane and all that? Is that
all of that would be required.
would be required?
Yeah,
Okay.
everything is required per the UDC from decel, left turn lane, sidewalk, curb gutter, et cetera. That's all in our comments to be addressed per the UDC.
Okay, thank you. But we don't have the conditions, that's the only thing. It was not recommended, so we don't have those. Thank you for your input.
No, sir, no conditions were proposed.
If the board is inclined to approve, do you have any conditions that we would cover?
So I don't have any conditions prepared at this time. The applicant would have to comply with all of our non-residential standards as well as our site design standards under the UDC through the regular DRC process, though.
Okay. So if we were to, if they were inclined to approve tonight, how would that look? I mean, how could we have that enforcement that he has to, you know, agree to the conditions? So how can we do that?
Prior to the land disturbance permit sign-off, each department will check to make sure the site is compliant with the Unified Development Code.
Okay, so it could be called, so DRC, so you have to go through DRC?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when it goes to DRC, I guess the land disturbance permit will kind of trigger that as well, and then that's when those conditions from each department will be enforced or implemented?
Yes, sir. Any deficiencies of design will be addressed at DRC.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, Planning and Zoning Board?
Just a quick question for the applicant.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the D-cell lane is about a $50,000 cost?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. All right, that's it for me. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I'll throw it over to the Board of Commissioners for any questions you folks may have, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Board of Commissioners, do we have any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Vice Chair, you have the floor.
I guess Allison, or, I'm sorry.
I'll have Austin come up with me.
I forgot
'cause
Austin was already.
He knows this
Yep.
case better than I
Okay.
do, so, but we'll tag team. We have 2 microphones.
There you go. So that property is actually right before you go around a curve, correct? It's that one it's that house that, I believe it, not say if it burnt down, but I know it was taken down some time ago.
Yes, sir. It's right
Right.
next to the scrapyard off of Cochran Industrial.
Does that topo not fall off in the back there? Because I know it's very, my concern is looking at this about the XL, D-cell lanes, is there's a drop-off in that curve right there.
I will defer to the engineers in the back of the room, one of which is shaking their head, but may need to come and address.
Yeah, it's right in the curve. It
Okay. We might need 3 microphones.
Yeah, I believe when I visited the site, from the shoulder of the road, it pitches downward quite a bit, if that's what you were asking.
Yes, sir. How could we fit a acceleration lane unless there's a significant increase in our cost to get that heading westbound coming out of that property?
You would have to fill a considerable amount.
Yeah, because that drops off tremendously.
It does.
Okay. And it continues to drop off as it goes back to the back of the property.
It does.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I got, Madam Chair, for a moment.
Commissioner Raxton, you have the floor.
All right, thank you. This is for the applicant. So
Yes,
so good evening. And just want to get a little bit more in your background. You were saying, is this your first foray as well as for owning a trucking company? Or
Yes,
a trucking parking lot? I just want to get a better understanding there.
Yes, I have a couple of relatives that own truck parking in Houston. They own truck parking lots, so I'm very familiar with, owning, I've worked with them for many years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how would these trucks, are these going to be overnights? Are they going to be?
Monthly.
I'm sorry?
Monthly, they're going to
Monthly.
park their truck and then take their cars.
Right, so there'll be no overnight parking where?
Yes, and also,
No, go ahead.
I just want to add that, also there would be no hazardous material on the property
Mhm.
also. No trucks with hazardous material would be allowed to park on the property.
Okay, so they'll park there and it's like a monthly rental fee?
Yes, they'll just store their trucks. And I kind of want to add something about the lanes. They have 2 or 3, I know 2 for sure, trucks, like they have about 60, 70 trucks to the right-hand side as you go down the road. And it's a big pitch in the road where it's like, I'm from Houston, it's all flat. So, it's not different out here. There's a big pitch in the road, there's no deceleration lane, there's nothing there. And the guy has like 70 trucks, 60 to 70 trucks parked to the right-hand side. He has no deceleration lane, anything people are coming down basically like a hill, and he has a bunch of trucks parked right there. And the board approved for him to have this truck parking lot in this area. I'm just stating what I've seen in the area already. My mouth is real dry, sorry. I've been 2 hours here.
No worries. So how will this be secured? Talk about what type of safety, security,
yes, sir.
policing of the vehicles coming in and out.
Yes, sir. We're going to have fencing around the property. And when I had the first meeting, I was told they want to preserve the trees in the front. We're going to keep that, and we're going to have fencing behind it. We're going to also have the fencing covered, and we're going to have wire, barbed wire around whatever the county wants for, like aesthetics. If they don't want me to do that, however they want me to do it, I'm willing to do it however the county wants it done.
Okay.
I'm willing to please the county, to get this done.
Okay. So as far as security, will there be like access gates or?
Yes, of course,
codes,
yes.
or just kind of walk me through
They'll
that.
have access through their cell phones, where they just drive up, press a button on the app, the gate opens, when they come out, same deal.
Okay.
Yes.
Will there be any on-site personnel there?
Yes, and 24-hour security, I have a little guard shack on there for 24-hour security on the property.
Okay.
And lighting, we have LED lights. This is my cousin right here. We own a couple of the properties. We have LED lights all around that will light up the whole area. If they don't want me to do that many, I'll do, as many as they like this too much or, whatever. Like I said, whatever you guys want, I'm willing to do to make this work.
All right. Madam Chair, you the floor back to you.
Okay. Commissioner Kenner Jones, you have the floor.
I thought I heard in the initial presentation that there were no buildings on the property, Austin.
Yes, there's no building.
So where is this guard shack gonna go, and then
No,
what's-
more like a little small meet and greet, like type of, somebody at the front, like really a golf court. If it was like, they could just go and, like, what we have at the other property is someone just kind of rides around on the golf court, and then they leave, they come back, toward the end of the night, they ride around again, check everything, and then they leave. So no guard check. You can cancel that off.
And then Austin, do we have any statistics, and again, this is not a part of your presentation, but from the sheriff's department or the police department in terms of if there is an increase in crimes, petty theft, anything like that associated with heavy truck parking?
The sheriff's office did recommend a camera system to combat any theft on the property. That was the extent of the impacts that were shared.
I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kenner Jones. Any other questions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Okay, as I'm looking at this here, we got trucks backed up to a parking area where that's going to where that dramatic drop off is. So I'm really can't understand how this concept's going to work. But also my other concern is the mention of the lights on the property. Is there not a residential development or a residential housing just next door as you're heading eastbound?
No, it's Jay.
I mean westbound?
Is that for me or for?
Yeah. Is that not a house that's right there? I know it wasn't burned down, but I know that they turned right around and finished off the basement, and they have like a little single level there.
No, I'm behind the property, basically next to the property, to the left, like looking at it, well, from the street to the right, that property goes all the way in the back. To the left of the property view on Veterans Memorial, that's a junkyard, and that property, that property covers the back, and right behind all of that is a big GFL trash company. That's not located on the map. So it's nothing but that kind of, those kind of businesses on the property. I mean, in the area.
Yeah. Austin, real quick, sir, please.
Yes, sir.
As you're coming westbound, at this top view coming westbound, is that not a house sitting there?
Yes, sir. Past the
That's what I thought.
site on the
Yes.
going west on the
Yes,
left.
correct.
Yes, sir.
Correct, because it burned down years ago, and they just now finished it a year or so back, building it back. So if we're going to have continuous lighting out there the entire time, that's going to affect the quality of life of that residential development, because you got houses all the way down through there, all the way up to John West Road. And my also other concern is, I know DOT set way back in the back. He's going to get his steps in tonight. DOT, please. You know, they always say, like when you're in church, the person who sits in the back, the pastor usually calls on. So my concern is when you're coming around westbound, you come around that curve, even though it says 45, they go a lot more than 45 coming around that curve, is that truck pulling out and it's going to have to make a turn. And I'm just concerned about the safety, or did you guys look at the safety of that as it's entering Veterans Memorial Highway, heading eastbound towards Highway 5, about that site, that vision distance to where that, when they fully come around that curve, the vision distance to the driveway where it's proposed to coming out on Veterans Memorial Highway?
Yeah, the driveway as proposed is probably in the best location it can be. Now, part of the DRC requirement will be that he has to, the engineer would have to show that he meets the required site distance for the speed of this roadway, and if not, then we wouldn't allow the drive. But it's positioned currently where it's at, and all those trees that you see, like right along the roadway there, all those will be gone.
Okay.
Because when you put in the curb gutter sidewalk, that's going to get them.
Okay. And then I'm assuming that there's also been implementations in there to concern about the runoff on such a steep drop-off if he's going to have that turning lane, and all of a sudden it's going to completely fall off and you got trucks down there because they're going to be sitting at quite depth.
Yeah, they'll have to capture the roadway water and then put that in a ditch or in a storm sewer and move that along the roadway. But then everything outside or on the back side of the sidewalk and slope would naturally fall to the site as it does today.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. One more question for you, the applicant. So I heard you
Yes, sir.
mention that they'll just come in, they'll park their trucks, and then they'll just leave, that somebody will just come in and out monitoring, correct?
Say it one more time, I'm sorry.
So when the trucks come in, they can come in and they can they're going to park their trucks, but then they're going to be able to access coming in and out to, retrieve their trucks or stay there with the trucks.
How it works is, you park your 18-wheeler, all right, and then you park your car in your spot. You park your personal vehicle, and then you leave out in your truck. Once you leave out in your truck, you come back, you get in your personal vehicle, and you leave out in your personal vehicle, and you put your truck in the spot.
Okay. So, I mean, obviously, you're a truck driver, so I'm sure you're in and out all hours of the night, correct,
Yes.
traveling?
Yes,
So-
I'm usually truck drivers leave between 3 and 5 o'clock in the morning. They want to get an early start. But go
So
ahead.
they'll be coming retrieving those trucks next to this residential development or at 3 or 5 in the morning. And if you got 70-something trucks, and let's just say 5 or 6 of them show up there in that time period, they're going to be rolling in and out while those people are trying to sleep.
Yes, and let me just add this. Like I said, right behind the property, this property right here, behind this property, where this one house is, I've been to this property like 500 times in the last year and a half since I purchased it. I've never seen anyone, I don't even know if anyone lived there, but they have like 1 million, basically, I'm exaggerating, but GFL trucks right behind this property, so they're already hearing this already. GFL trucks go and get the trash in the morning or whatever. It's a big, brand new, I printed out pictures of what's behind it. A huge GFL company right behind the property.
All right. I'll yield
So whatever noise that they'll be making here, they're already making at the GFL place in the morning, leaving out.
I'll yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other questions, board? I have one for you,
Oh, yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Applicant. If you could just speak to the subject matter in idling, truck idling, because I know you're aware of the environmental impact.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you talk about your rules and regulations regarding truck idling? Will they not, talk to me? Just-
Okay, basically, whatever whatever the county has in place, because I know some places, trucks cannot idle, they cannot use their Jake brake, they cannot do certain things in certain areas. So whatever the county has in place for that already, I would implement that also,
Yeah.
to satisfy whatever the county already has in place. 'Cause like I said, I drive down that road a lot. I see trucks down that road all day, every day.
Planning and zoning manager, if you could you speak to, or either you, Austin? Yeah, I'm so sorry. This is your project. Tell me a little bit about what are our regulations around idling, truck idling?
So every truck parking location has to provide for electrification to where they can run the vehicles without having it on. And so that's in the Unified Development Code, and he would have to comply with that before the land disturbance permit can be issued in his plans.
Okay, so it's in the UDC
Yes,
code?
ma'am.
Mhm. Okay, those restrictions. You can come back up.
I'm sorry, can I add something? What he was stating is based like overnight truck parking. They're not staying there. They're just parking their truck and then they're
And
going
then they
home.
get out and just.
Yes,
go on.
they're not idling their trucks and all
Good.
that clean air type of deal. They're parking their trucks and they're leaving in their personal vehicle back to their home. Yes, ma'am. It's not like how they park and they stay in their trucks all night. It's not that kind of truck parking.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I yield the floor back to you. Chairman Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Planning and Zoning Board, you have heard the discussion. Do I have a motion on Z 2025-70?
This is Melissa Polk. I make a recommendation for Z 2025-70 as a denial, please.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Do not have a second, so the motion dies for lack of a second. Do I have another motion, Planning and Zoning Board, on Z 2025-70?
This is Rob Thomas. I make a recommendation for Z 2025-70, motion to approve.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving Z 2025-70, please signify by raising your hand. All opposed? Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, Z 2025-70 comes to you with a recommendation for approval.
Okay, thank you so much. Chairman Simmons, Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to deny Z 2025-70.
Okay.
Second.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, Board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of denial, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote for denial, and the motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Okay, Planning and Zoning Board, I need a motion on S 2025-71. Or is that a moot point?
I think special use permit, that's going to be a moot point in light of the denial of the zoning by the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, that's a moot point. Thank you very much. Next agenda item, please.
All right. The next item we have on the agenda is application S 2025-72. This is a request for a special use permit to allow a short-term rental. The property is 2743 Amber Creek Drive in Douglasville. The lot size is about a half an acre, and this is in Commission District Number 2. So the parcel currently includes a house that's approximately 2,000 square foot. It's a single-family detached dwelling. The residence was built in 1995. This is located within the Amber Creek subdivision. The applicant is proposing to utilize the existing single-family dwelling as a short-term rental. This is an owner-occupied property, and it is my understanding that it intends to continue to have it as an owner-occupied property. So here is the relevant code section for the request, and we have no prior zoning action for this property. So the applicant is not proposing any site modifications for the proposed use, and as I said, it is currently owner-occupied. We have analyzed the special use criteria, and we have found this request to be compatible with the criteria in the Unified Development Code. Here you have an image of the zoning map. It is located as a cul-de-sac property, and here is an aerial image of the site, and then the site survey. So this is located in the suburban living future land use map category and the traditional neighborhood character area. And so staff is recommending approval of the special use permit based on the following findings: that the use will not modify the comprehensive plan or the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Unified Development Code, and that granting the special use permit will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare. And I do not believe we have any conditions attached to this one. That concludes my recommendation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Duncan. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this application, including the applicant or the applicant's representative, please approach the podium. You'd have 2 minutes or total allocated time of 15 minutes. Anyone wishing to speak in favor? Is Mr. Jones here? Okay. No one wishing to speak in favor. I'll close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Again, seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have a recommendation on S 2025-72?
Mr. Brandon Pan, I make a motion to approve application S 2025-72.
A second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving S 2025-72, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. All opposed? Okay, that matter carries. Madam Chairman, S 2025-72 comes to the board with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the answers, not many questions. Do we have a motion to approve?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve agenda item S 2025-72.
Second.
You want to order for a second? We forgot. Do you all have any questions, board?
No.
No.
I'm
No.
so, yeah, okay.
Got to the chase.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Commissioner Kenneth Jones, if you could restate what your
Madam
motion.
Chair, I'd make a motion to approve agenda item S 2025-72.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. Okay, we have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries with no opposition. I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Mr. Jones, best luck to you. Thank you. Next agenda item, please.
Yes, sir. So our next agenda items are Z 2025-75 and S 2025-76. This is a rezoning and a special use permit. So it's rezoning from residential agricultural to light industrial and a special use permit to allow general contractor's office with outdoor storage. The lot is 13.5 acres in Commission District Number 2. The site has one single-family dwelling sited and one mobile home sited. The site's otherwise heavily wooded. A condition for rezoning for the data center site to the north of the property was approved May 7, 2024. Case number Z 2024-07 requires improvement of Echo Road. The applicant's proposing 3 temporary construction offices and an undefined outdoor storage area for construction materials and equipment. Staff's taking a look at the relevant code sections. In 2024, there was a prior zoning action that was denied for a data center use exceeding 50,000 square feet on this site. Echo Road has been transitioning in character away from residential and toward industrial. The proposed use is one that can be accommodated as a temporary for development per Article 3, Section 349 of the Unified Development Code. Approval of the use would entitle the land as approved for outdoor storage, provided that the applicant can commence the use within the 24-month vesting period. We've taken a look at the special use criteria. On the zoning map, it's residential agricultural, and it's currently mostly vacant. The applicant's proposing 3 temporary office trailers in the undefined outdoor storage area, gravel, and it's in the Commerce Center future land use in the Data District character area. Staff's recommending approval of the rezoning and special use permit based on the findings that the granting of the proposed rezoning and special use will not modify the comprehensive plan or modify the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Unified Development Code. The granting of the proposed rezoning and special use will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare, and the character of Echo Road has been trending toward light industrial zoning and uses. The conditions proposed would be, number 1, that the use is approved as a contractor's office with outdoor storage only. Any other use will require review and consideration before the Board of Commissioners. The use shall not commence, number 2, the use shall not commence until the roadway improvements along Echo Road are installed and accepted by Douglas County. And that's the conclusion of my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing on this matter. 2 minutes, Mr. Fowler, and 15 minutes total, sir.
Allow me to introduce Will Moore and Justin Goldshear. They are connected with this application. I woke them up a few minutes ago, and they had not yet gone out for pizza, so they're still here with everybody else. As explained, this rezoning request is for the very narrow purpose of permitting contractors associated with some outside storage. The property is the 13.57 acres that you see. It's to utilize the 3 acres to utilize all the acreage for 3 construction trailers and a laydown yard for outside storage. The 2 conditions are interesting. I believe, as a matter of right, Allison and I were discussing this, they are permitted to have the office trailers, construction trailers. The rezoning is actually for the purpose of having the outside storage. Allison or Austin can correct me with respect to that. They need to get the office trailers on sooner, the construction trailers sooner than when Echo Road is completed. So I just wanted to put that on the floor for some discussion. They are able to discuss any details you would like with respect to timing and so forth. Make sense? All right, thank you. Allison, do you need to address?
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing in favor and open the public hearing in opposition. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing on this matter. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions of Mr. Fowler or staff?
Yeah, I've got a question for the applicant.
Good evening.
Good evening. So during the pre-meeting, I was trying to just get some clarity. So the request is for general contractor offices with outdoor storage. Could you just give us the heart of this property, what you're exactly trying to do there? What will be the need for the general contracting offices, and would those general contracting offices be temporary while some contracting is happening on the property and then removed, or is that the business general contracting offices?
Yes, sir. So there's a large construction project to the north of this property with Amazon Web Services. That project is an active construction project, and they have a specific need for additional land that they can use for general contractor offices, as well as outdoor storage to support the construction of that project.
That makes so much more sense. It was confusing just on paper at first, but now hearing that heart of it, okay.
Understood. Thank you.
I think that does it for me then. Thank you for that explanation.
Yes, sir. Thank
Rob
you.
Thomas, I have a couple of questions. So they're going to lease these office trailers from you?
Basically, it will be a ground lease, so
Okay.
they will lease the property from us, and they will use the property for their purposes that
Okay.
I just described.
Okay. All right, yeah, because it wasn't clear as to how this was working. What's going to be temporary? Anything going to be temporary? I guess that's really the question he was asking.
I guess temporary in the sense that these facilities are mobile facilities. They're not permanent structures that will be on the property. So they're mobile, modular offices that they will use during the construction period. At the end of the construction period, those office trailers will be removed from the property and will no longer be on the property.
What type of bathroom facilities do these things have? Are they encompassed all within, or is it you're going to have septic tank? How is that going to work?
No, they just use, they basically have, they have kind of plumbing facilities and water, temporary water. They're like water containers that provide water temporarily to those facilities, and they'll have to bring water to put water inside.
So like an RV in a sense.
Exactly. If you've ever seen any, driven by any construction site, they're kind of standard mobile modular trailers. They'll pump them out, every
Okay.
week or two.
Okay, I understand.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's only I have. Another question I have. I yield.
I did have one more question. I think this would be for Allison. So, Allison, what happens after the proposed company, the Amazon company, gets done and they no longer need the space for outdoor storage because they're done with their construction, and now we've rezoned this piece of property? They have the rights to do whatever they want to do on something that is light industrial at that point, correct? Something that falls within the light industrial purview, or is there conditions that make them stay within what's applied for?
So again, we review the application as presented to us, whether or not the use will be temporary or permanent. That is not particularly a consideration for us. We have clarified to the applicant that under the current residential agricultural zoning, they can have temporary construction trailers. They would just need to go through the building permit process, and through the building permit process, we would address all of the considerations in terms of water, septic connection, things of that nature. We have proposed a condition number 1 that does clarify that this is a contractor's office with outdoor storage only. So that would be a condition, if approved, that would run with the property. So if they wanted to make any change to the use on the property, they would have to come back to the Planning and Zoning Board and Board of Commissioners to change that condition of zoning. So we have clarified that we're not opening this up to any use that would otherwise be permissible under LI. We are recommending the condition is only for the use that they have proposed in the application.
And with that condition, that means that they would have to come back to you if they wanted to use it for something else. They would have to come back to us.
They would have to come back to this board. They would have to file a zoning application to address the conditions of zoning on the property at the time.
Let me speak to the applicant one more time, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so give me your reasoning why you don't just stick with the residential agricultural and just get the permits for the temporary use if it's just a temporary use for the Amazon company.
Because they have a need. This is just the initial phase, just kind of for the construction trailers, but then there's going to be an additional need for outdoor storage on the property. So we need to have that as part of our lease agreement with them. We specifically have a definition in the lease that we are to provide them with outdoor storage. So it's part of the lease contract with them. We have to provide that.
Okay, and Allison, I guess this will go back to you. Outdoor storage is not something that can be temporarily permitted under the zoning that it's already on?
So I suppose if it's tied to a specific construction project, then that would be a way to regulate the cessation of the use, if that makes sense. So the outdoor storage, as it relates to like a temporary construction office, they would need places for their like earth moving equipment, all those things, but there would need to be a definite date of cessation, and we can better define that by tying it to a active project.
So you're saying that, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're basically saying that there could be a temporary permit allowed for the outdoor storage if it was directly connected to the Amazon project?
Yes, sir. If they worked their way through the building department and had all their structures permitted in the appropriate way, then the use would be permitted until such a time as the construction ceases.
And that would still be under the residential agriculture as opposed to changing the rezoning?
Yes, sir. The Unified Development Code provides for any zoning district to have a temporary office for construction.
Okay, back to the applicant.
Yeah, so again, I think we're talking about two separate things. One is the actual construction trailers, the office trailers, and then separately is, let's say there's like a lay down yard, required for piping, different types of materials. That would be a separate use. The other thing I would say is that this property is zoned residential, and it's completely surrounded by industrial properties. So effectively what has happened as zoning has changed in this area, it's created a small island of residential in this area that, as a matter of consistency in the area, it makes sense to change to light industrial. The third part of that is that at a certain point in time in the future, we have a 3-year lease with this group. At a certain point in time in the future, they're no longer going to be occupying the property. So I think if we specifically limit this condition of saying that it's only a contractor's office with outdoor storage, just given this area, I don't think that limitation makes sense. I think, making it light industrial as we're allowing for outdoor storage will give it more flexibility in the property in the future to allow for other uses to have other tenants in the property. Specifically limiting it to this exact use, I think is a very narrow definition, and my personal recommendation would be to state it that it's light industrial to be consistent with the surrounding land uses, and then the second condition we agree with, that the outdoor storage will not commence until those improvements have been made that are satisfactory to Douglas County.
Okay. I think that ends all my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you go, did I just hear you say you agreed with condition number 2?
Yes, we are fine with condition number 2.
Oh, okay. I thought I understood you were not. So, because I was going to ask DOT about the road.
About the
access.
improvements. Okay.
I was down there today and it's a mess.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions, planning and zoning?
This is Melissa Polka for the applicant. I just want to get clarification in regard to the conditions. You're stating that you don't agree with condition 1. Is that what I understood?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's too limiting of a definition because, you know, at a certain, imagine you have a house and you're leasing your house and you have a very narrow definition, and that tenant moves out at a certain point in time in the future, you know, then having to go back again and change the land use again, it seems a little, you know, burdensome. We will have a loan on the property. So it's important for the bank to have flexibility in the zoning. If for whatever reason there's a foreclosure, the bank needs to sell the property, they need to lease it to someone else, there needs to be that flexibility there to allow either the ownership or the bank to have that flexibility with the zoning of the light industrial to lease it to someone else.
Yeah, so I think what the concern here is that, you know, so we're, you know, you're asking for us to maybe, you know, withdraw from condition 1, right, or not to have you honor condition 1. The problem with that is that if we approve this tonight, we're approving it based on your request, like what your ask is,
Sure.
right? And so now you're saying that this may not very well be, let's just say Amazon, right? Is utilizing this property that you're having, as you stated, one, you're gonna have some contractors building there, like an office, and then you're also providing this land to serve as a purpose of storage.
Correct.
And so when that Amazon's done, right, and they're no longer needing this space, so where do you go from here? Like, what other type of client will you want to utilize this service for? Because we're going to approve this based on kind of like what you're saying here. But what other type of other clients are you looking for to utilize this land for storage? And what are those stored items? Right now, you're talking about items like piping and things of that nature, and
Right.
that doesn't involve chemicals or anything to that sort.
Right.
But what happens when that ends and now you're wanting to use the land, as you stated before, for future use? What's the idea and thought on that?
Yeah, so the idea is to use it for construction materials in terms of the outdoor storage. That's the definition. We're totally fine to add other conditions that would limit things like you're describing. But from our perspective, we just want the zoning to be consistent with the light industrial zoning.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's any special permits that are required beyond that in the future, then we would come back before the board and we would have a special use permit for something that would be maybe like you're describing. If it's hazardous materials, then we would have to come back again and request for a special use permit for something for hazardous materials. But I guess what we're asking for is just the general light industrial zoning. We want to have the flexibility to pursue redevelopment if necessary under the light industrial zoning. Like I mentioned before, the lease will expire at some point in time. So to have to come back again and kind of, you know, figure out exactly what we're going to do with the property just may create problems for us as the ownership or for our lender.
And in the buildings that you're talking about, the storage buildings, all of these items will be stored inside of that building, or will they be laid about on the property?
If we were to redevelop the property?
Well, I mean, now, currently, for your ask that you're asking now, so what, is there, you have those 3 storage buildings, correct?
No, those are just going to be office trailers.
So you have 3 office trailers.
Yeah, they're office trailers. They're not actual like permanent structures. And then what we're discussing here is just outdoor storage. So, you know, construction materials, it could be piping for land development activities. It could be steel structures for buildings it could be roofing material. It could be anything that they choose to, anything that their contractor would choose to store in that yard to support that construction project.
So just lying about, no coverage or anything like that?
Yeah, it would be up to them exactly, but this area is in an isolated area. It's not exposed to, you know, people driving by and things like that. So it's not like this is on a main road where people would see the materials. This is in a really a small tucked away hidden area where no one would have view of those materials.
Understood.
And we can show the map again to kind of make sure that that's clear.
And you, I didn't remind me, is there fencing that you're going to provide for this property with all of these materials about? Because of course you have to consider theft and things like
Right.
that in the neighborhood.
So all of those responsibilities for all of that will be on the tenant themselves to provide whatever. So I don't know what specific ideas they have around it. All we're doing is just saying, hey, you guys, you want to use it for this purpose. You're just leasing the land from us. Any permits that they require, they would go before Douglas County to seek all of their permits. So all we're doing is just leasing our land to them to pursue, the storage as they require for their project.
Okay, so as the landowner, you're not providing any form of security to that property or items there?
Nope.
It's the client's responsibility. Say the client is with you for 3 years, they decide, hey, we're done, we're finished, and they're just going to pull up their fence if they've provided it for security purposes.
Yeah. So again, that's not on us. That's on the tenant to do whatever they want to do. If they want to put up security fencing, that's up to them. They do in the lease agreement. They do have a condition that they're supposed to return the property into its condition. If they did put up a permanent fence, of course, we could discuss if we want to keep that fence or not. But they do have an obligation to return the property to its original condition.
Understood. I have no further questions.
I have another question.
Yes, sir.
Are you agreeing with condition 1? And let me say it this way too. I don't see an issue. It's 2 separate requests that you're asking here. It says the use is approved as a contractor's office with outdoor storage. The outdoor storage is the special use permit part of it. Why would you have any pushback on condition 1?
So in theory, I don't have any problems per se with that because that's exactly what's going to be happening during the term of the lease with the tenant.
Mm-hmm.
My only concern is what happens after that 3-year period.
Mm-hmm.
And I think just for consistency, having the zoning just be the light industrial zoning, we understand what's going to happen. There's going to be a contractor's office, trailer. We understand that that's going to happen. My only concern is after that 3-year period, then we're going to have to file another rezoning application and come before this board to try to request for the property to be zoned, light industrial.
Well, it's going to be light industrial. That's one of the, you're asking. That's one of the.
Right, but I think this limits the definition. So let's say, for example, after the end of the 3-year term, the contractor and Amazon, they finish their project.
Mm-hmm.
Then what are we able to do with our property?
It's still LI. You have a condition, but
So
it's still.
do we have to continue to? Is the limitation here that it has to continue to be used for a contractor's office with outdoor storage only, or do we have the ability to pursue another category within the light industrial zoning for another tenant?
That's kind of hypothetical because some things will request a special use permit for
Right.
it's like the gentleman was trying to get the for the trucks parking, but it just depends.
Yeah.
So I think they're putting a little restriction here, a little condition, but give me you're kind of talking hypothetical. So what would you propose that would be in opposition to this particular zoning if it's approved?
Well, there's actually a industrial leasing broker who's in the office, who's in the audience here today. I may ask you the question, if, let's say at the end of the 3-year period, we no longer have this tenant in the property. If we have a limitation, like what other tenants could we potentially have to come in, and how would this limitation prevent us from leasing it to someone else?
Yeah, please.
You understand?
I would just say, it'd be similar use would be an industrial outside storage, equipment storage outside. So it would be, any material type of tenant who wants to just store, building material, somebody like a Sunbelt, if they need equipment storage outside, a construction company, that would be kind of how I would read.
Right, but,
condition one.
okay. Maybe yeah, please.
Apologies. I feel like I just need to say, we review the application that's presented to us, right? So the application that was presented to us is for contractor's office with outdoor storage. We think that use is appropriate with the conditions as presented. In terms of opening the whole thing up to any use under LI, part of the reason we are limiting it to this condition is because the property is just very small and it's awkwardly positioned. I hear the concern about the transitioning away from residential to industrial, though I don't disagree with that. I would say that there are still areas of residential down there, including there's a neighborhood, the Bice neighborhood, that is kind of back behind this, south of Sweetwater Creek State Park. So again, what we're trying to do is sort of manage this area that's in a transition space, and that's why I think that the conditions as presented are appropriate for this application. Now, again, just to clarify, this whole thing about leasing to AWS and the use for the temporary construction trailers, I agree with Austin. I think that they can have the temporary construction trailers and any uses associated with that as a temporary use in the RA district for the time that they're doing that. So that being said, I want to just kind of maybe try to separate sort of what the immediate use is versus what was put in the application. And I'm going to encourage you to just focus on, the application is presented, because that's what we were given. That's what all your impact statements are based on. That's what your staff recommendation is based on, is the use in the application that was presented at the time.
Great.
Does that help clarify?
It does, and I was already clear. I just want to make sure he was clear, because if you don't agree with the conditions, then, if it's approved and you don't agree with the conditions.
Right, so zoning is a power that's delegated to the Board of Commissioners, right? At the end of the day, I think that the board imposes the conditions on the property, and Thomas can correct me if he disagrees, but those would be the conditions of zoning on the property, at that time. Okay. So.
All right.
I can just say one more thing. I'm not saying necessarily that I disagree with the conditions. I was just saying merely it probably is better to have more flexibility in there in the future. But we don't have any problem coming back before the board at the end of the lease term, if that's what you would prefer. We have no problem coming back before the board, and if we have a different tenant and we have a different use, we have no problem coming back before the board for approval.
Okay. I yield. Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, Madam Chairman, I'll throw it over to Board of Commissioners for questions.
Okay, Board of Commissioners, do you have any questions? And I would like to, if I could, I have one. If I could start, I have one. The applicant, I noticed you mentioned about the outdoor storage. You said it's in a place where it's remote, where no one can see it. It's hidden. But out of sight does not always mean out of mind. Can you talk to me a little bit about, outdoor storage comes with its own set of challenges, potential weather exposure, because we do have 4 seasons here in Georgia, warping, pests, debris, things that's related to clogged gutters. So do you have a plan, like a containment plan, or what are you planning? How are you planning to secure the equipment and at the same time make sure that with the aesthetics?
Yes, ma'am. So again,
with the aesthetics,
we're just leasing the land to the tenant, and it's their responsibility to store the materials. If there's any specific requirements that you would like for us to communicate with them, we're happy to do that. If there's a requirement for fencing, or if there's a requirement for whatever materials that are used, obviously, like you said, there could be rain. We want to make sure that we're not contaminating our waterways, et cetera. So we're happy to communicate that message and just ensure whatever requirements the county has, that everything's in accordance with that.
Okay. Austin, if you could speak to those requirements for me. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. So the applicants would be required to go before DRC for review. For outdoor storage specifically, the screening would have to be screened by a 6-foot-high, typically vinyl or similar material that simulates wooden fences. The outdoor storage area would have to be better defined, so we would need to know the exact area and the limits of the fencing to be shown on the plans. The temporary nature of the trailers would need to be dealt with through environmental health, and any kind of impervious surface considerations or gravel grading things would have to be worked out through the engineers at DRC at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Commissioner Kidder Jones?
Austin. So under their current model, or what they're proposing, then it would be on each tenant to come in and comply with the DRC to put appropriate fencing and landscaping in every time they change tenants?
Not necessarily. If they define the area and maintain it, so if the tenants don't remove any of the existing fencing when they come back in, or things like that, then I suppose it would just be maintained by the property owners.
I would be concerned for the disruption to the residents that live there if this is going to be a consistent and habitual changing practice to not have a condition on there now that clearly defines what that area is going to be, and that they put in the appropriate fencing and landscaping, and that be what's maintained on the lot, because that's extremely disruptive. Every 2 to 3 years, someone's coming in and taking out, and then have to rebuild that. And then what does that look like from an impact standpoint in terms of additional trash, rubbish, people, traffic coming in? That's not a question for you to answer. Now I'm just pontificating at this point, but that would be my biggest concern.
Yes, ma'am. And we've talked with the applicants. Our biggest contention is we do review the application as presented, but they do have the option to do it as a temporary office for construction under the RA zoning, if they tie it to a certain construction plan ongoing. So
This
that's
question is to the applicant.
Yes, ma'am.
So what I would say is I don't think any of those structures, if there's fencing put in, all the fencing structures would be held in place. I imagine most
I
likely.
didn't ask the question yet, dear.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you opposed to a condition that would require you all to go through the DRC process, put in the appropriate landscaping and the fencing, and it would be maintained there permanently as long as you own the property?
So let me make sure I understand the question correctly. Are we opposed? So there would be a DRC process where the site plan would be submitted, and we would agree to have that as permanent structures.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we don't have any problem with that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I yield back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner Kidder Jones. Any other remarks, board? Okay, I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Planning and Zoning Board, you've heard a discussion. Do I have a motion on Z 2025-75, the zoning?
This Rob Thomas.
Yes, sir.
In light of the discussion, if there's an inclination to approve it, I think these conditions have to be attached to the zoning and not to the special use permit because of that limitation. So it's going to make it's going to make for an interesting motion, but I think it's got to be, the zoning has to be with these conditions. So it's going to be somewhat contingent upon, because theoretically the Board of Commissioners could approve the zoning and not the special use permit. So I think you just make sure you're clear that your motion is that the conditions are on the zoning and not the special use permit.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Now, do I have a motion?
This is Rob Thomas. I'd like to make a motion to approve Z 2025-75 with the conditions read in by staff.
Is that adequate?
enough?
We need to read those conditions in.
Well, so again, just to clarify, we have the two conditions in front of you. The
Yes.
first is that the use is approved as a contractor's office with outdoor storage only. Any other use will be required to review. Any other use will require review and consideration before the Board of Commissioners. Second, the use shall not commence until the roadway improvements along Echo Road are installed and accepted by Douglas County. Is there an interest in a third condition that addresses the fencing per the discussion, or are you wanting to just, is your motion just for the two as read in by
Yeah, I'm
staff?
not quite clear as to the third. I'm not that quite clear about the third
so if-
motion. If we can hash it out, though.
I'm interested in that motion, Allison.
I'm sorry.
I'm
So-
interested in that
Like a
third.
third condition. So again, what we had jotted down, and I invite Austin to share any feedback that he had, is that site plan review shall be commenced through DRC, and then the fencing improvement shall be reviewed and installed according to all of the requirements of the Unified Development Code prior to any issuance of land disturbance permit, or, sorry, I guess I should probably tie it to the building permit, prior to the issuance of any building permit on the property.
You got it? Go ahead.
Is that a condition, or is that pretty much standard operating procedure for DRZ?
Well, so again, I think that what we want to make sure that we commemorate in the record here is that that you do have to go through DRC, and that the fencing has to be installed per all of the UDC prior to the building permit being issued. So I think that what we're kind of getting to this based on, and again, I may have misunderstood the discussion, but based on kind of the curious, there's a site plan, that's what we reviewed and gave a recommendation on. There's also sort of this temporary-ish use contemplated in the near term, so we want to make sure that whatever is happening with this kind of near-term use in the first 3 years is going to carry through. So I think specifying that tied to any building permit, because again, the temporary construction trailers are going to require, a building permit to be issued, but I think that also having this condition of fencing in here, my opinion, y'all tell me if you disagree, gives the direction to staff that we want to see that the site is going to be improved overall to what would be the basic requirements of the UDC, regardless of whether the initial use is temporary-ish. But I won't say temporary-ish in the condition, because Thomas probably will frown on me if I say that. But I think I understand that that is the intent of the discussion. And so again, just to reiterate, proposed condition number 3, that the site plan shall be reviewed through DRC, fencing improvements shall be installed per the requirements of the Unified Development Code prior to the issuance of any building permit on the property.
Okay, all right. I'll write it down. Did you want to take it? Let me go.
Are we doing an initial?
Starting over.
We're starting over. This is Melissa Polk. I make a recommendation to approve the Z2025-75 with all 3 listed conditions that have been spoken.
I'm good with that. I understand the direction.
It's Rob Thomas, I second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote on Z 2025-75 as read into the record. Please signify by raising your hand if you agree. All opposed? Madam Chairman, Z 2025-75 comes to the board with a unanimous recommendation for approval with the conditions read into the record.
All right, thank you so much, Chairman. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve Agenda Item Z 2025-75 with the 3 conditions as read in by staff.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries with no opposition, and I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Planning and Zoning Board, I need a motion on S 2025-76, special use permit to allow general contractor's office with outdoor storage.
Rob Thomas, I'd like to propose a approval of S 2025-76, special use permit for outdoor storage.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving S 2025-76, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Madam Chairman, S 2025-76 comes to you with a unanimous recommendation for approval.
Thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve Agenda Item S 2025-76.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussions? I just have one question. The condition that I mentioned earlier, and it's not necessarily a condition, it may be baked into the DRC, when you go to DRC regarding the hazardous materials, or should I say the remedy for conditions to mitigate the environmental challenges associated with outdoor storage. So that's already taken
Understood.
care of, right?
Yes, under Article 3 of our code, we have a
Yes,
whole
I just
section
wanna make
related
sure
to
we
hazardous
saw.
material.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor of approval, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. And with no opposition, and I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Sim.
Thank you very much, and best of luck to you going forward there. Next agenda item, Mr. Cronin.
Yes, sir. So our next agenda item is S 2025-80. This is a request for a special use permit to allow outdoor storage and equipment rental at 4290 and 4310 Industrial Access Road. The lot size is 7.6 acres, 2 parcels overall. This is in Commission District Number 1. A 67,700 square foot industrial building built in 1998 is sited at 4310 Industrial Access Road. No active occupational tax certification is issued for the site. The applicant is proposing to entitle the overall project sites of both parcels for outdoor storage and equipment rental. The amendment to require a special use permit for outdoor storage occurred in 2010. It was an amendment to the Unified Development Code. The active uses on the property have utilized outdoor storage on the site since at least 1999 per historic aerials available. The request for any subsequent outdoor storage areas is required to proceed with special use permit to entitle the use as lawfully established at a certain date and certain time. Lawfully establishing the use thereby subjects the lot to all relevant sections of the Unified Development Code for compliance before the use can commence. Taking a look at the special use criteria, it's zoned light industrial, both parcels. It's currently developed 2 buildings, 1 on each parcel, or I suppose 3 buildings in total. Here's a picture of the site plan. It's in the Workplace Center Future Land Use designation in the Veterans Memorial Highway Professional Corridor character area. Staff's recommending approval of the special use permit based upon the findings that the use will not modify the comprehensive plan or the intent, purpose, or spirit of the Unified Development Code. The granting of the special use permit will not adversely affect the public health, safety, or welfare, and the special use permit will allow outdoor storage use to be properly entitled. Staff's recommending the following conditions. 1, that the applicant shall prepare a landscaping plan that provides a front landscape strip to provide an adequate screen of the outdoor storage from the right-of-way of Industrial Access Road, subject to the discretion of the Douglas County Arborist. And number 2, the applicant shall install a front landscape strip to provide an opaque screen of the outdoor storage from the right-of-way of Industrial Access Road. The landscape strip shall include a minimum of 3 canopy trees, 3 understory trees, 2 evergreen trees, and 18 shrubs. I would like to modify condition number 2 to read that it shall be at the discretion of the Douglas County Arborist as to the sufficiency of screening. And that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Cronin. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing on this matter. If anyone would like to speak in favor of this, the applicant or the applicant's representative and any other members of the public have 2 minutes per person for an allocated time of 15 minutes. State your name and address, and we'll go from there, sir.
Good evening. My name is Henry Bailey, counsel for the applicant. I'd just like to reiterate the presentation that Austin made to clarify one thing. There's no new development proposed for this site. We're simply asking for a special use permit to allow for equipment rental on the property as discussed in the application. With respect to the condition that Austin modified, we had exchange yesterday via email to discuss the fact that the property already has significant mature screening on the frontage of the property, inclusive of matured evergreen trees. There's very tall, I don't know the height of them obviously, but very tall trees with a high level of density. The other thing that we discussed was the ability to use a black vinyl coated fence, which is allowed by the code that also pointed out to me yesterday via email. So I just wanted to make those 2 points as clarification, and again ask that the board uphold or follow staff's recommendation of approval. Aside from that, we're fine with those conditions as modified here tonight.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing in favor and open to do you want to speak in favor, sir?
I don't know.
Okay. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition, please approach the podium. You also have 15 minutes allocated, 2 minutes per person.
I didn't hear a whole lot of information about this.
If you would state your name and address for the record.
My name is Mickey Thompson. I live at 1901 Haven Circle. And I got to congratulate you men and women for staying here all night. I can never remember in my life staying at a city council meeting except with Henry Mitchell, when we tried to ban pit bulls, remember? I thought we'd never get out of there. So that reminded me of bad memories. My wife and I own a 5-acre parcel that adjoins the parcel that's up for changes. And the majority of the backside of their property will join ours. And we are at a later stages in our life, naturally, and we're trying to liquidate some things. And I'm here tonight really to hear more about what you're going to be doing. You know, if you're going to be putting junk cars and things like that that leak, and, you know, I wouldn't be in favor of it. So that was the reason I said, I don't know if I'm in favor of it or not. I hadn't heard enough about what they're going to put there. Is it trucks, is it tractors, or bulldozers, or whatever it is? And so that, I didn't hear a whole lot of that. So if it's not going to be something that's intrusive on surrounding landowners, that in my particular case would maybe limit my saleability or like that, I would be in favor of it. So I don't guess there's an opportunity for them to tell us more about what they're going to do. But I would like to hear what they're putting on there. Is that possible?
We close the public hearing.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing on this matter now. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions of the applicant or staff?
Rob Thomas, quick question for staff. From what I understand, is it already being utilized for outdoor storage, like a grandfather, and they're just trying to clean it up?
So the historic use on the property has been for outdoor storage. And before 2010, it was permitted by right, provided that you set it to the side of the rear of the property. There's no active occupational tax certificate issued on the property, but it has been a historic use for quite some time.
Okay.
So what is it, 6 months has gone by and hasn't been used, so now we have to
Yes, sir. That's the typical route.
revisit
after
this, okay.
to properly entitle the use, yes, sir.
And it's been used for outdoor storage in the past?
Yes, sir.
It's just kind of crossing Ts and dotting Is in the sense of getting it official. So if we go to sell it or what have you, now it's official, it's not just grandfathered.
Yes, sir. And this way you could have a specific date and time that was approved, and you could market it as such.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Applicant, real quick. What is going to be stored there? That's really what the question is.
Absolutely. So it's an equipment rental facility like a Herc or a Sunbelt rental property. As you can see on the map there, the area that we're talking about is the triangular-ish shaped parcel where the equipment rental will occur in this front yard of that smaller building on the site. Heavily buffered on the rear end and on the side from the properties that are adjoining. So again, the type of use here is an equipment rental facility where the outdoor storage of some of that equipment rental will be in this front yard.
We're not talking about junk.
No, sir,
We're
absolutely
talking
not.
about usable equipment.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I yield.
This is Melissa Polk. I have a quick question for you. As you know, you had heard the resident that's there next to your parcel.
Absolutely.
And his concerns, of course, you know, that he
Absolutely.
lives there. And I did note that you said you had a fence. And what is the height of that fence versus, in ratio, the height of the equipment that you would have stored there? So when you said kind of like Hertz, I'm thinking like, you know, tall industry type equipment.
Sure.
Can you elaborate on that and then talk about the fence in regard to the disruptive visual effects of your resident, of your homeowner next to it?
Absolutely. So I'm not sure exactly where this gentleman lives in relation to the property, but if you look at the area of the property where the equipment will be stored outdoors, you can see that there's heavy existing vegetative buffering there already with very tall and mature trees. So that serves as a certain visual screen from any adjacent properties, furthered by the screen created by the building between where the uses will be stored out, where the equipment will be stored outside, and the properties adjacent. Additionally, there's also heavy vegetative screening existing on the right-of-way at the frontage of the property. So that will add additional screening over and above the existing fence there now that will be done with the black vinyl coating. The specific height of that, I'd assume, is around 6 feet. 6 feet chain link fence that will have the black vinyl coating. So over and above that fence will be the existing vegetation that you see on that frontage right now.
Perfect.
So to the extent that there's any intrusion to the surrounding area, I have to imagine it to be fairly low.
Perfect. Last question about that is that, so your rental, you're having rental equipment, so I'm assuming that these are set hours that someone will be coming in and out getting
Yes,
this
ma'am.
equipment, right? So
Yes,
it's like a
ma'am.
business rent.
Yes, ma'am.
Hours type thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll yield. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
I just want to clarify real quick. I don't think that the issue is adjacent to a residential property. It's adjacent to a non-residential property. So the concern about the adjacent property is from another industrially zoned property. It is not from a single-family detached residence. So just to
that's not his
clarify that.
residence.
I'm
Thank
sorry?
you for the clarification.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so as I understand it, you're wanting to remove these two conditions?
No, sir. No, sir. We're not trying to.
You're good with the two conditions?
We agree with
And
the
you'll have to
conditions.
go before DRC and,
As modified
And,
with Austin's comments earlier, and then the addition, and I believe Allison and Austin can confirm whether they agree with the black vinyl fencing. I think Allison is shaking her head, but I'll allow her to speak to that.
and deal with the arborist.
Yes, sir.
So it is pretty heavy vegetation out there, yeah.
Right, so again,
Okay.
I might be in the wrong place here. Okay, so just to clarify, under the Unified Development Code, they are allowed to use the black vinyl coated chain link fence as long as it has the screening, that's a part of it, and so we are agreeable to that. And in discussing with Mr. Bailey the condition, I don't need to speak for the arborist. He's here if you have specific questions for him. But we put in kind of that last piece because that's our standard quality growth overlay, right? Just to make sure we have an objective standard to measure it by. Typically, if there is existing vegetation, the preference is for retaining the existing vegetation on the property. So that being said, we are amenable to a comma, unless otherwise approved by the county arborist to end that. So that gives flexibility for the applicant and the county arborist to work together on that site plan. And if you have any more specific questions about that, I would defer to Deputy Director Travis McDonald. But I do want to just affirm that we did speak to that and we are agreeable to that modification.
Okay. Any other questions, planning and zoning? Hearing none, Madam Chairman, I'll throw it over to the Board of Commissioners for questions you folks may have.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman. Board of Commissioners, do we have any questions?
Yes, I got one.
Yes.
And I just
Commissioner
want to
Mitchell?
make sure, Mayor Thompson, did that answer your question? I guess that would be my, come up, you can come and speak, yes.
Oh, yes, it does, so.
No, come to the podium, come to the podium. You used to this, this is nothing new, so stop acting like this. Okay.
Bringing
okay.
back memories.
Okay,
Come on,
but
Mickey.
did that answer your question?
Yes, it does, because my wife had a situation, and these folks remember, where there was a company that moved in, and I think y'all had the rezoning before you, and you denied it, thank you. After a year, they reapplied. But they had cars, it was wrecked cars, and the fluid would run out, killed all of her lawn and everything, and I thought, boy, we don't want to go through this again. But no, I don't live there. That's a 5,000 square foot building.
Right.
That I've got furniture, cars, antiques, you name it, I've got in there. So I'm going to have a big auction when this is over with. But
Okay, I
thank
just
you
want to
for
make sure
listening.
that you got your question
Yes, sir.
answered. Okay, good, thank you. Outside of that, though, I don't have any other burning questions that, other than you are with the conditions, okay with the conditions. And I
As
think we-
modified and stated on the record tonight.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Understood. And outside of that, I think I'm fine. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. I yield the floor back to you.
Madam Chair.
I think
I'm
Commissioner
sorry.
Howard has a question.
Ooh.
So
Vice
just-
Chair, you
my
have the
ears
floor.
just perked up when Bruce, Mayor Thompson mentioned about the previous tenant had fluid and all leaking over onto his grass. Now, this is equipment rental, so equipment breaks, you're going to have to do, you're going to have to work on those, and you're talking about heavy equipment, you got hydraulics, you got diesel fuel, you got everything. Do you have a plan in place when that work is done to where it ensures that none of those fluids drain off of the property onto Mr. Thompson's property?
Well, first of all, before I answer that question, I just want to make sure that I understand, to clarify Mr. Thompson's prior comment. Was he talking about this particular property with the use?
No, okay, but still, to answer that, to answer that, my ears perked up. Are you going to be doing repairs on this heavy equipment at this site? Because obviously, if it's going to be stored there, those customers, if they rent it, they're going to break it.
Absolutely.
It's going
We respond to
to come
that.
back and going to have to repair it.
Hey, thank y'all. All of our equipment, my name is Jonathan Allgood. I'm with Equipment Share. We'll be the tenant that takes the place. All of our stuff is done inside of a shop with containment per any type of, regulated codes.
Okay.
So we don't have any, if anything does that, it'll be contained, where it's inside of a shop and cleaned up per any type of necessary
Okay,
requirements.
is the building big enough? Are you going to have any excavators, anything of that nature where the work might have to be done outside?
No, this will all be done inside. We will have stuff stored outside, but I mean, it's just not, we run new equipment. We don't keep anything long. So it's not
Okay.
really an issue of us having an environmental issue.
No. Okay, I'm good. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other forward? All right, I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You can sit down, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, sir.
Any Planning and Zoning Board, you have heard the discussion on S 2025-80. Do I have a motion, please?
This is Frank Payne. I recommend approval for S 2025-80, a request for a special use permit to allow equipment rental with outdoor storage location on Industrial Access Road, Little Springs 30122, with the findings and conditions as outlined by staff.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All in favor of approving S 2025-80 with the conditions that were stated on record, signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Madam Chairman, S 2025-80 comes to you with unanimous recommendation for approval with the conditions that were read into the record by staff.
All right, thank you so much, Chairman. Board of Commissioners, you've heard all the questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve item S 2025-80 and with the said conditions for approval.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries with no opposition. And I yield the floor back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Best of luck to you, Mr. Bailey, and your clients there. It's a pretty property. Next agenda item, please.
All right, we have before you M 2025-04, Z 2025-81. This is a future land use map amendment and a rezoning for Jeffrey Gardner and Jeffrey Gardner II. So the future land use amendment is from mixed use corridor to urban residential, and the rezoning is from heavy commercial to residential low density. The property is located at 3167 Peachtree Street in Lithia Springs. It's a little bit under an acre in size, and this is in Commission District Number 1. The use of the property is for residential. It is currently a house. It has been used residentially, and the applicants are just wanting to continue the use as a residential property. It fronts on Peachtree Street, has a single-family home and shed. The single-family home was built around 1968, and it's about a 1,300 square foot structure. So this historically has been used as residential, as I said previously. It was part of the PH Wynn subdivision, which includes several single-family homes along the corridor. And then additional uses on the opposite side of the corridor primarily include heavy commercial with vested uses, but this is just an area that even though it was zoned commercial at one time, it has consistently been used for residential purposes. So they're looking for the future land use map and the rezoning so that they can renovate and continue to use the existing single-family home. They do not intend to add any additional square footage to the home. They're just making improvements to the existing footprint. So we're looking at Article 1, Section 107 in regard to nonconforming uses. Specifically, a nonconforming use can continue, but it can't be modified. So sometimes it makes it tricky. You've seen this come before you previously, where the zoning changed at one point, the use didn't, and now they want to make improvements to the property, and it kind of triggers a little bit of a gray area for us in terms of making any expansion or improvement of an existing non-conforming use. And then we're looking specifically at the residential low-density single-family zoning district. And so when we took a look at the future land use map criteria, we did feel that the request was substantially compatible. And then we also took a look at the zoning criteria analysis, and again, staff does find that the use is compatible with the criteria in the code. So here is a zoning map showing you the area. If you zoom out a little bit, you can kind of imagine it is right there at the intersection of US 78 and Thornton Road. So if you kind of think back to a time before Thornton Road and US 78 became as intensive as they are, you know, this historically was part of a single-family detached residential neighborhood. Here's the site area showing the property, and again, it is flanked on either side by residential development. The road there, just immediately adjacent to it, goes and continues on what used to be Smith Hill Road before the expansion of Thornton Road kind of truncated that. So you have one of these little older neighborhoods here in Lithia Springs, and we've been seeing a lot of people coming in, buying these homes, renovating them, fixing them up, and bringing them back into viable use. And so that's what we see is going on here. Here is the survey of the property. Again, so we are asking for a change from mixed-use corridor to, I'm not going to get that right, urban residential, thank you. And again, this is in the traditional neighborhood character area, so that request is compatible. So again, the staff is recommending approval of the rezoning and the future land use map amendment based on the following findings: that the proposed rezoning and future land use map amendment would not modify the intent, purpose, or spirit of the comprehensive plan. And number two, the proposed rezoning and future land use map amendment would not adversely affect the public health, safety, and welfare. And so again, we are not imposing any conditions on the property, and we do recommend approval as presented. We would take the future land use map amendment first and then follow with the rezoning if it is the will of the board to approve. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. At this point in time, I'll open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone, including the applicant or the applicant's representative, that would like to speak in favor of this, please approach the podium. We have 2 minutes per person for a total allocated time of 15 minutes. If you'd state your name and address for the record, sir, and then 2 minutes.
My name is Jeffrey Gardner. Address is 3530 Greenshire Court. My son and I purchased this property on September the 5th and discovered 2 days after the purchase that for whatever reason it was commercial heavy. Allison, I don't think I could have paid Joe Fowler to give a better presentation. I really don't have anything to add to what she said. I'm still stunned it's commercial. The two properties, the property on either side are that way. Everything on the street is residential. It's been lived in as residential. The prior owner, I think, passed late last year. He had someone living in it as we were looking at him buying it. It makes no sense for it to be commercial. It's all residential. It's a house. So I think this is going to wrap up the night very simply and easy for you guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you for staying here this late. I agree with you. Wow, I'm impressed. Enjoy the rest of your night with your families, but thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And we had other things on the agenda that dropped out, so. Okay, anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing in favor. Anyone would like to speak in opposition? Seeing no one moving, I'll close the public hearing in opposition. Planning and Zoning Board, do you have any questions of the applicant or of staff? Okay, we have two items. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Chairman. Throw it over to the Board of Commissioners.
Okay.
Any questions you folks may have.
Board of Commissioners, you have any questions at this time? All right, I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you very much. Planning and Zoning Board, do I have a motion on the map amendment M 2025-04?
This is Brandon Penham. I make a motion to approve application M 2025-04, future land use amendment for from mixed-use corridor to urban residential.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Frank Payne, second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving M 2025-04, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Madam Chairman, M 2025-04 comes to you with a unanimous recommendation for approval.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chairman, Board of Commissioners. You've heard all the answers, questions and answers. Do we have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve item M 2025-04 with all the findings, said conditions. I don't know if there's anything else that was there, just approve it.
Second. Third.
Okay. Did you say, I just wanted to just make sure
No.
you clarified, Commissioner
All
Mitchell.
findings,
The
condition-
number, you said 04. Can you restate
M
that?
2025-04.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yeah.
We have a motion and a second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries. And with no opposition, and I yield the floor back to you, Chairman
Thank you, Madam
Simmons.
Chairman. Planning and Zoning Board, do I have a motion on Z 2025-81?
Mr. Brandon Penniman, make a motion to approve application Z 2025-81, rezoning from heavy commercial to residential low density.
It's Melissa Polk, I second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving Z 2025-81, please signify by raising your hand. Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Madam Chairman, Z 2025-81 comes to you with a unanimous recommendation for approval.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairman Simmons. Board, you have heard all the questions and answers. Do we have another motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve item Z 2025-81 with all said findings and conditions and all that came along with it for a motion for approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, board? Commissioner Kenneth Jones? You, I thought you, okay, no questions. We have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries with no opposition, and I yield the floor back to you, Chairman Simmons.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Having nothing else to come before the Planning and Zoning Board, I'll declare the Planning and Zoning Board meeting adjourned. Madam Chair.
Okay.
All right.
Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please indicate by raising your right hand. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries to adjourn. Thank you all so much, and have a great night.